We started last session with the company of the Twilight Star finishing their short rest, having taken the hour to tend to their wounds, read the archaeologist's journal, and become acquainted with the hidden magical items that they found inside the donning chamber of the ruin. Before leaving the chamber, Rook took a look over the large chest that had taken his ferret's head when it attempted to pick the padlock securing it shut. Deeming it far too heavy to try and break or to carry with you, you decided to leave it for the time being. You went back to the hallway, helping Kato to shake Roshana and Vane out of their fetal positions to drag them back with you, following your harrowing encounter with the stone statues. Back inside the central chamber, you looked about at the other statues and decided to chance the other potential secret hallways, as the other named rooms were closed off to you thus far. Returning the diamond to the dragon statue in the bottom left, you opted to go for the dragon statue next to it, removing the diamond from its mouth and indeed opening up another passageway. Taking a cautious approach, you opted to send Rook's pocket owl familiar before you, after failing to convince Kato's familiar Ivory to scout ahead. With Vane holding Rook firmly, Titanic style, he guided him safely down the hallway as Rook looked through his familiar's eyes, who flit forward into the hallway and room ahead. You noted, similar to before, that there were two corridors leading off from this hallway that seemed to curve around and continue onwards. Rook's familiar continued into the room at the far end, and you got a cursory glance of its layout, but as the owl began to circle, it smacked straight first into an invisible barrier and slid down it. Not wanting the door to close behind you and leave you trapped inside this ruin, Vane remained behind with Rook's pocket towel and diamond in hand, as the rest of you went down to investigate. Carefully looking for traps and or pressure plates, Rook did notice a thin line of jade inlaid into the ground and running through the centre of this hallway. Definitely not for decorative purposes, you kept it in mind for later in your investigation. Overhearing this, Vane took a look from where he sat and noticed that the line of jade stopped roughly where the dragon statue should be in the central chamber. At the far end of the hall, you entered into a diamond-shaped room, following the jade line to the base of another dragon statue, poised with a large green gemstone in its mouth and sat on a large pedestal with its wings extended. As you looked about the room itself, you noted that there was a silvery sand on the half of the floor across from you, and there were these large shelves seemingly growing out of the wall on the other side. Looking at the dragon statue's wings and the sharp line of sand on the ground, Kato deduced that this invisible barrier was in line with the dragon's wings, confirming it as his hand knocked into its invisible form and left him with an uncomfortable feeling. Rook attempted to swivel the statue around, but it was far too heavy for him. Kato was curious about the jade stone within the dragon's mouth. However, after consulting the previous archaeologist's journal, learned that it had blighted the last person to try it. Wondering if his mind magic could affect the sand on the other side, Kato attempted to reach out and place a handprint on the silver sand, but was uncharacteristically blocked in doing so. Feeling that you were no further on in this endeavour, you thought to head back to the room closest to the cave-in. Perhaps the barrier there is different. You made to follow down one of the curving corridors leading up from this spoke hole, hoping to circle round, but it seemed to stop abruptly in a dead end. After inspecting it, you found that this dead end was not made of stone, but made to look like it. A simple illusion placed over an impermanent magical barrier. You waited for the dragon statue to descend and reascend again with Vane's input down the corridor to see if there was any change in this barrier that also had the jade line running through it, but to no avail. With that, you regrouped with Vane in the central chamber and decided to head to the lower corridor, to the room the previous archaeological party had investigated. After a bit of back and forth, trying to remove the diamond, the door and the statue eventually descended, and Vane stayed behind once more as he was exhausted, and to open the door if needed. As you walked down the corridor, a sense of déjà vu came over you, as it appeared very similar in structure to the previous. On encountering the far room, however, there was a few distinct differences. The dragon statue was not facing you as you approached, instead facing the wall to the side. The line in the sand seemed to be disturbed, and some residual sand now lay on your half of the barrier. And there was a large, lackluster shell left on the ground. Cato recounted that the diary spoke of the previous party moving the statue, dislodging the shell from its place on the wall and onto the ground. You took the time to look over the shell, deeming it to be of a morphology not recognizable to you, and of such size to be from a deep ocean environment, definitely out of place under a mountain. With your findings and the notes in the diary, you figured that moving the statue shifted the barrier also. Perhaps the gem in the dragon's maw is powering it somehow, though removing the gem does not seem wise given that it caused the previous team damage. Rook also postulated that this shifted barrier is probably long enough to cause the blockade in the tunnel. To somewhat test your theory, Rook headed out into the curving corridor and indeed found the other side of the barrier preventing your passage. Hoping that the mountain wouldn't collapse on top of you as you did so, Roshana and Cato heaved and rotated the statue back into alignment with the corridor and its original position. There was some rumbling above, but thankfully, the structure held and you weren't crushed inside a ruinous grave. Rook had followed the moving of the barrier with the rotation and deduced it to be at least as long as the corridor he had followed down. Curious about the nature of this barrier, that repelled you but allowed some movement of sand and seemed to move through the walls without entirely disrupting the mountain, you decided to play around with the barrier statue a bit more. Rook investigated the shell, pushing it against the barrier, but the shell did not go through. Curious, as it seemed to have been knocked down when the barrier was moved the first time, at least as it was written in the diary. Cato also recalled the diary spoke of something else being shifted during the previous party's excursion in here. Possibly the spiders that took them and then you encountered? Perhaps the walls themselves are enchanted in some way to allow for passage of the barrier, which Rook weighed up whether melding into stone would allow him through, though that he deemed too risky of a venture. Cato walked up to the statue, placing his hand on its shoulder and trying to psionically connect with it. He sensed a deep energy flowing through the statue, but it did not seem to be sentient. With no response, Cato placed his hand around the smooth jade stone within the dragon's mouth. Wondering if removing the gem was another one of those tests, like the knowledge is power statue. With nothing more to glean, you gathered, Cato went to pull the jade stone from the statue, and was immediately blasted back by a green spark of energy, and knocked utterly unconscious. Roshana and Rook ran to Cato's aid, sparing him from the dying and healing some of his wounds. With energy for healing spells depleted, as well as your sanity and physical health, you decided to put a stop to your dungeon delving for the day, and return to the main room. As you approached the ascended wall, however, it descended without prompting, startling Vane on the other side. You recounted your findings to Vane, including the catastrophic resistance Cato met when trying to pull the gem out of the statue. Curious, Rook walked over to the door you had entered through, and was relieved to find that it ascended with your approach as well. You did note that you would not want to leave without Cato, however, as you may not be able to get back in. Though Roshana did say that in those eventualities where Cato was not alive, you could potentially still use his head. Feeling a bit more confident, Rook and Roshana went forth, taking the diamonds from each of the dragon's mouths and investigating the now familiar hallway, curving corridors and barrier rooms in each direction. Mapping the layout and discerning the dead ends you found down each of the curving corridors, looking to cordon off entry to another room. Vane attempted to lower such a dead end within the Dawning Chamber, using a diamond, though nothing happened. Interestingly, all these dead-end walls seem to be made of a similar magical barrier, dressed with the illusion of the stone wall texture you've seen thus far. All of them, except the two that you would presumably lead to the experimental chamber, which were truly made out of stone. You figured that to move further through this ruin, that moving the barriers would likely be detrimental, possibly cutting off any exit routes and potentially causing a cave-in. The dead-end barriers, however, might be an idea, either through physical force or dispelling magically, but that would all have to wait until the next morning. With bedrolls rolled out, you bedded down for the night, sparing Vane of his watch as he was exhausted. Roshana took first watch, feeling the darkness ever present in these ruins. Being so far beneath rock, there was a moment of disconnect between Roshana and the moon, as though she was hidden from Seilune's sight, and the darkness spawned fear within. On Cato's turn, he felt the ache of his wounds becoming compounded, and an unerring feeling of something missing lingered in his mind, in his sense of self, in his sense of purpose, tethering himself to the person who woke him up and made him not want to leave Roshana's presence. On the final watch, Rook took post and spent the next 3 hours and 20 minutes pinching himself awake, only to be roused further awake by an insatiable hunger in his stomach that could not be settled. On waking and passing around a good berry breakfast to each of you, the rest of you watched Rook swallow 7 good berries in one go. You quizzed him on this bizarre action, and Rook simply stated that he felt hungry. Vane wondered aloud if this seemed familiar to you all, given that Morgor came into these ruins and suddenly became voracious. With Rook dismissing such concern and his stomach still grumbling, Vane casted Identify on him, learning that the ruin had imparted some magical effect that is presumably causing him such hunger. Roshana attempted to look over Rook as well, but the emptiness of the dark caused her to quake in her boots. Her connection to Saloon, she felt, was waning beneath the mountain. You decided to bunch up for the time being and keep an eye on each other as you moved forward. Rook opening the passage to the bottom left before careening around one of the curving corridors and reaching the dead end where the magical barrier lay in waiting. With a quick primal savagery to test the barrier's constitution, Rook wrought out the old runes for Dispel Magic, causing the barrier before you to dissipate and revealed the library room before you. Across the threshold, you found a destroyed library with bookcases, books, and parchment strewn across the ground and bereft of any writing, some soiled and others singed. What really took your attention, though, were the 5 tall pillars of light that stretched the height of the room, each with a singular book suspended mid-air and mid-flicking animation in their columns. On interacting with each book, the light dissipated and the book fell into your possession. The first book had the eerie symbol of an eye on the front of it, a symbol that triggered both Rook and Roshana to recall the flask of holy water that was given to you by the oracles on Public's Day, the day you all met, before disaster struck and a zombie arose from the dead. You pondered over the meaning of this before grasping the rest of the books. Interestingly, the pages of these books were completely blank. However, Vane, who had just pillaged pages of paper and inkwells from the dusty cupboards, was able to decipher the titles on them using comprehend languages. The book with the eye read The All-Seer. The purple book read The Fool. The red book read The Machinations of Martyrdom. The blue book read Her Sheen. And the brown book read Brilliance in all of its forms. Rook began placing each of the books into his bag of colding, but not before Cato had a gander at each of them. Interestingly, or perhaps horrifyingly, when Cato opened the red leather-bound book, blood began to drip from the pages, and a familiar, pulsating pain racked Cato's mind. Rook ran over just as Cato stumbled, and his eyes turned bloodshot, and Rook closed the book, seemingly stopping the bleeding. Roshana stood by Cato to check on him, as Rook and Vane pouched the book, but for Cato, an immense sense of possibly belonging, possibly understanding, possibly rekindling with his family, grew within him. The same feeling as when Cato first came to understand and flex his innate psionic powers. Like he had found the thinnest thread on finding this book that would lead him to his answers. Cato urged Rook for the book back, going so far as to mention Rook's connection with his mother and how he wished to use the book as a connection to his own family. But Rook was not moved, seeing Cato's desperation as being placed upon him. Cato relented, stating that he was not trying to sway Rook in bringing up his mother, but Rook asked that he respect and not presume anything of his experiences before you started adventuring together. Nevertheless, Rook said that you were free to the book once outside of the ruins and your job complete. In the spirit of vulnerability, Cato also admitted that since the darkness of the ruins took hold, he felt an attachment to Roshana, like a torch in the darkness. Roshana, however, seemed to have been feeling that darkness all on her lonesome, and has been troubled by the lack of moonlight. The darkness seems to have taken its toll, and Rook felt that this ruin is somewhat alien, with the iconography of the ocean being found deep beneath the mountain. Roshana and Cato thought it best to stay somewhat nearby for the time being, and Rook passed Roshana the gem of brightness for her comfort. Rook then looked over the lectern, which held a hidden lockbox beneath, which contained some scrolls inscribed with spells of protection against both the celestial and the aberrant, and spellbooks of abjuration, conjuration, and illusion, all of it detailed in magical workings that have been long lost to time, and that you have yet to fully decipher. There was a running theme in the spellbooks, however, where the author seemed to be trying to perfect a singular spell, one that would allow them and their surroundings to traverse the planes, but these scribblings never reached completion. You decided to keep a hold of the spellbooks for the time being, knowing that some scholar would pay a pretty price for them back in the city, but also to help you understand better the person behind these ruins. While this was happening, Cato placed a message into the guild journal with the riddle written on the closed door to the experimental chamber, hoping to get some advice before attempting to answer it yourselves. Having investigated much of this sparse library and pocketing your wordless writings into your bags, and Rook having a sneaky Fey ration snack that made him light on his feet, you made to return to the central chamber. You remember that the door to the library on the other side was without handles, as the door plates seemed to have been melted together, and the effect was the same as you approached from the library side. At Vane's insistence, Roshana booted the doors open, and the melted metal that held the door shut boomed off in the direction of the statue, back in the central chamber. And, though tempted, you decided to leave Roshana booting down the locked riddle door as a plan B. You stood before the locked door to the experimental chamber once more, rereading the riddle. From Zellen's bite to the golden belt, the zephyr's hooves on the grounds are felt. You also took in the cross symbol inscribed on the door, with various arcane symbols at each of its points. From your message in the guild book, you did, fortunately, receive some responses, where you learned that Zelend is the northernmost continent in Kilar'une, whereas the golden belt likely refers to the equator. Cato and Rook both recalled that the zephyr is a mystical creature, often spoken of in folklore as being the embodiment of the west wind. With this, you had a sense, or senses, of direction: north-south, west to east. After attempts at stomping your feet, blowing on the door, and tracing your fingers over the picture inscriptions over and over again, you looked more closely at the arcane symbols, which the spellcasters amongst you soon recognized as the various classes of spells. The north corresponded with evocation, east with transmutation, south with illusion, and west with abjuration. You pelted the door and the four-armed statue in the center of the room with a cure wounds spell, but got nothing in response. With 4 symbols and 4 dragon statues around you, Vane and Roshana wondered if perhaps those statues were meant to be the recipients of those magics. With a bit of map work and some good deduction, you identified which statue should loosely correspond with each cardinal point on the compass. Roshana casted Sacred Flame on the northernmost dragon, and the energy gathered brightly into the diamond in the dragon's mouth. Interestingly, Cato also noticed that the jade line peeking out from behind the statue was now shimmering a bright green. You quickly rallied round to cast your spells onto the other statues. Vane casting Disguise Self to the south, Roshana taking Cato's Water to bless it for the ceremony spell for the western statue, and finally Rook casted Shillelagh on the eastern statue. Amidst your hunger, confusion over marriage vows and water blessings, and Vane de-dissociating at the word shaft, the 4-armed statue in the centre of the room began to descend, and you heard the grating of rock as the door to the experimental chamber was now open before you. Passing by the hole where the 4-armed statue descended, you did notice that there appeared to be collapsed stairs leading down in, closed off by the rock of the mountain. You walked down the corridor towards the much-awaited experimental chamber, to be greeted by the sight of a workshop of some kind, in complete disarray. Closest to you was a large workbench that had been smashed, but still housed or sheltered some fallen magical items. The dressers and the shelves to your right had lost their contents, now spilled out onto the floor, most of which you deduced to be components for arcane and alchemical casting. However, what greatly took your attention was the large jade teleportation circle set into the ground, atop of which lay the preserved body of a leathery, red-skinned, 4-armed reptilian individual, reminiscent of the large statue in the central chamber, covered in robes and coated with a strange crystalline layer of salt. clattered off to the side was a rather crude-looking and eerie staff with a humanoid brain gently floating at the top. Using detect magic and his own flight of fancy, Vane picked up a small book, one of the only items to remain undamaged within this room, as well as a brass disc that folded out into an armillary sphere depicting various planets and constellations. Atop of the broken teleportation circle then, Vane noted a smattering of conjuration magic from the sash on the reptilian man's person, as well as a multitude of magics emitting from the staff. Curious if perhaps the non-decaying person and the brain were linked, Rook nudged the body over to the staff, but no interaction seemed to take place. So, of course, Vane decided to pick up the staff himself, and found a voice speak to him on grasping the metal. Just as quickly, Vane put the staff down and informed the rest of you of the sentience of the staff, as well as making Rook's delve into this ruin even greater by giving him the Disc of Constellations. Cato tried instead to reach out to the staff using his psionic ability, and the voice within morphed into a too knowing and arrogant figure which tried to take residence in his mind. The entity seemed almost resigned to their fate as Cato, or Wandering Eye, as the being within the staff referred to him as, reached out to them. The staff lamented that Shilin had fallen short, and asked that Cato not be coy, and to hurry up and bring the staff to his deity, and that the individual within the staff will face them then. Confused, Cato tried to disconnect from the entity, but everything suddenly went dark for him. The rest of you watched as Cato coughed, and his voice morphed into something, or rather, someone else's. Vane quickly picked up the intruder, and Rook cast it Entangle on Cato's body. That, unfortunately, was strong enough to rip away from the vines. Seeing that he had been found out, an alien smile crossed Cato's face, and they introduced themselves to you as Vroredan. Vane quickly grabbed the staff and heard Cato's voice from where he was trapped within, and tried to swing at not Cato. But again, Cato's bodily prowess prevailed, and the intruder deftly stepped out of the way. Rook then tried to reason with this individual, stating that you had all gotten off on the wrong foot, and that so long as Cato could be placed back inside his body, you could come to an arrangement. Vroredan stated that he wanted a body to inhabit, and to destroy the construct which he had been trapped in, to which Rook stated that he had tried to offer the body on the ground before you, but Vroredan dismissed it, stating that this Jilin person had expired. Vane had also offered that there were plenty of constructs and automatons nowadays, and that you could procure one for him if he were to go back into the staff and return your friend for the time being. Vroredan was reticent to do so, given the chance he was given, and offering your friend's body back would put him at an extreme disadvantage. You threatened that you would kill him otherwise, and Vane taunted that you were able to break into his house rather easily, to which Vroredan laughed, stating that this place was merely belonging to a student, now dead on the ground. As a form of compromise, Vane offered up his body instead, stating it was much nicer and more capable than Cato's, to which Vroredan surprisingly agreed, stating that he would return to the staff for the time being, but assured you that you will give him a new body. In but a split second, the strange voice and form left Cato, and his true essence reappeared within his own body, as Vane kept a hold of the staff, waiting for Vroredan to take over. Roshana quickly cast Detect Evil and Good, and quickly elicited the faint stench of undeath coming from the staff itself. Rook went over to check on and admonish Cato for his recklessness, but Cato did reveal to you what he heard from the staff, stating that it almost seemed like the staff knew him, and had connected him somehow to a deity. Perhaps he knew of people with Cato's abilities? Rook noted that this individual seemed to be a teacher of some kind, and was likely of high intelligence if this entire construct was the product of his student. Perhaps you were all just lucky that this entity's hubris may have let you escape him thus far. With Vane still holding the staff, with the maddened entity inside, the rest of you moved further across the chamber and discussed your next plan of action, whether to leave the staff behind and just nab the unspoiled diamonds on the way out, or to bring the staff with you and chance the consequences. But with Vane still holding it, you would have to decide after he had let it go. Before talking with Vane and potentially Vroidan again, you decided to stuff the corpse of the four-armed man into the bag of colding, as Vane thought to turn his identifying gaze onto the staff itself. And that is where we will pick up. Fuck me, that was a long one.
Alrighty. So you guys have just come back from your little talk. You have stuffed the four-armed man into the bag of colding.
Yes.
And Vane,
Wait a
you
minute.
were... Well, you were in the process of identifying, then you got distracted, but you're doing it again.
Yeah.
So you sit down, roll the pearl between your fingers, and spend the 10 minutes casting Identify.
Mm.
And once the 10 minutes are up, you cast your gaze over this staff with the brain just floating very gently off the ground. As I mentioned before, there was a tumultuous form of magic about the brain itself.
Mm-hmm.
There's a very thin essence of both abjuration and necromancy from the staff.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Sorry, abjuration and necromancy, you said, yeah?
and it's odd holding on to it. You can't really seem to tap into the magical essence of the staff itself.
Mm.
But you hear the voice in the back of your mind. What pithy magic are you using?
What do you mean? I'm using a spell to identify what this stuff is.
It feels weak.
Well, I'm not a brain on a stick, so I apologize. Perhaps you can teach me some new magic in the future, but if you'll allow me, I would like to figure out what this stuff is.
Well, it's quite clearly an implement for me to remain here.
Interesting. So what would happen if someone were to dispel the magic on the stuff?
You could try, but if it's anything like this measly spell that you are using on me right now, you won't have much luck.
Maybe one of your books has a better spell that I shall look for.
Yeah. There's nothing in Gillen's library of any worth.
Oh no, not the library. And I pull out the book that I got off the desk.
Oh.
And I'll sit the staff down next to me.
Okay.
Not touching it.
Give me a Christmas save. Okay.
Okey-doke. Would I ascertain from my pithy identify spell if the brain can hear me when I'm not holding the stuff? Oh, I just clicked it and it disappeared. There it is. Is that a no?
Have to see what your Christmas save is first.
Oh, okay. 27.
Wow.
Very good.
Damn.
That's better than last time. Go me.
It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell.
Something
So-
about... I'm saying with the magic that you're using with the Identify to figure out.
Okay, yeah.
This magic does feel alien to you. It's grand, most definitely, but it's not something that you can necessarily appreciate.
Okay. So I don't get a sense of whether he can hear me when I've put him
You're
down.
not sure.
Okay, then regardless, I'm going to start to identify the book,
Mhm.
but I'll kind of glance down to the left at the staff, and I'll say, just before I start to identify, I'll say, if you're so powerful, perhaps you can talk to me without me touching you. And await silence.
Okay.
And
Just
then
throw up the
I'll identify.
identify up as well.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yep. And as you do so, you find that this book is not magical, but it is
Ah,
filled with writing, unlike most of the books here. All the not magical ones, anyway. And it seems to be written in that same odd script that you've seen throughout these ruins.
okay, can I ritual cast comprehend language then? If it's not magic, does identify like it takes 10 minutes and then you figure it out, or halfway through identify would you know that it's not magical?
I mean, you'd know pretty quickly if it's not magical, so.
Okay. Well, when I realise however long that takes, can I just start to cast comprehend languages instead?
Yep. The rest of you are standing around. You've watched Vane just pop the staff back down again.
How are you feeling, Kato?
Kato?
You see, he's
Sorry.
just.
I thought you
yeah,
were
sorry,
gone.
I had to. No, I had to calculate. You see, he's just kind of looking at the rubble, just looking at the pieces. Oh yeah, fine enough, all things considered.
Well, that doesn't change anything. I don't think we should stay here for very long.
Seems like this place is giving more questions than answers.
Were you going to say something there, Roshana?
I just said I agreed. We should leave this place as quickly as possible.
Any insight on the staff, Vane?
No, not just. I'm just working on this. Hang on.
Do we think bringing the staff back to the city and perhaps putting it in the hands of someone who can properly contain it is anywhere close to a good idea?
Is anything a good idea when it's a brain on a stick?
Well, no, but our only other option is to either figure out a way to break it or destroy it or kill it, or to lock it up here. But if we lock it up here, well, if this structure is going to stick around and the mine is getting, or the tunnel is getting fixed, it's only a matter of time before someone makes their way in here as well.
Yes.
And we can't guarantee that they won't break through one of the walls. even if we do find a way to ruin the puzzle out there.
Hmm. Even if we could collapse the entire chamber, I'm sure archaeologists would have a plenty fun time digging it out.
Can't we just step on it?
You can try.
Somehow, I don't think, just because it's a brain on a stick, it won't be any less, let's say, formidable than something that's so protected by magic.
Also, stepping on it is tantamount to touching it.
That's true.
Yes.
So unless you're
I-
confident that you would be able to withstand its force of character, could be dangerous.
Yeah, was thinking the same thing.
And I don't know how likely it is to listen to our pleas a second time.
True. I don't think bringing it will make a difference, though. We'll still have the danger of it wanting to take one of us over, like it did Kato.
Well, I'd like to think that Kato's interaction was unique. I'd like to think that touching it is a prerequisite.
To bring it, we have to touch it.
Not entirely the case.
We could probably put it into my fanny pack of holding.
I think it would be possible to, let's say, lift the handle with something of a lever, like my sword or some such, and then wrap a rope around the handle and then carry it around that way.
Sure. Well, if you want to tie it to something, I still think putting it inside one of the bags of holding, preferably not the one that contains organs, is probably the best shot, because I can only hope that its influence doesn't move through such things.
Right.
Meanwhile, Vane, the comprehend languages spell takes hold, and the words begin to reshift on the page to reform into a new script that you can read.
Yep, I love reading. I read.
Okay. You see that this appears to be a diary of some kind. The first passage reads, "The Academy was attacked today. It seems the Lightborn have decreed our practice punishable by death. If it were not for Master Vorodon, I fear we all would have been scorched in the blaze. What has our time come to?" You flicker through over a few more pages. "Word has been received that the Lightborn have followed some of my school friends to their families and destroyed them. For once, I am glad that I have no roots to call home, though I feel the growing sight on my back burns readily." Flick. "Master Vorodon has been generous. He has welcomed me into his abode, and offered that I reconstruct my quarters to mine own liking. I fear I overstep my boundaries. A mere student is not worthy of such grace and proximity. I can only hope my servitude is ample. Flick. It is true. The eyes have pulled away. They regard the Trideca with the same disdain as their god-licking companions. We were wrong to have entrusted them with the thinnest sliver of our grace. Flick. Sleep eludes me. A light flickers beyond my eyelids whenever they close, taunting me. I feel it is still there even when I'm awake, watching. Flick. At breakfast, I noticed a rolling cloud far in the distance, blood red and racked by lightning. The Avenging are closer than we expected. Our arrogance will see our defeat yet. Master Vordan remains adamant that I continue my study despite the war. Flick. People are leaving the city. I cannot say I blame them. The Trideca will not be pleased. Flick. A great sacrifice has had to be made. In order to fend off the Avenging and the tides, Master Vordan has had to reap power from the city. We have banished the unworthy and sealed what remains within the mountain. From here, we can persevere through this war and push forward. The gods may squabble amongst themselves. Their followers dare not come too close. Flick. Master Vordan perished in his fight against the tides. I followed them to where they attempted to dispose of his body through cleansing fires, but stole him away before they could do so. I've returned to the point. As per his request, I separated his brain from his skull and crafted it into a staff. Such morbid practices I have not yet heard, and yet I did it so as to honor him, and so that I might extract his knowledge from mine own, and carry on his work. Flick. The All-Seer sees all. I feel their gaze on me ever present. I cannot sleep. I cannot eat. The eyes trail on me. Flick. Another of the Trideca has been felled. What use are the bodies he utilized now but fertilizer? And what use is fertilizer that is scorched by the god's rays? Our will is not our own. It has never been our own. Flick. I found in Vordan's keepsakes a memoir of notes. Magics that I have not yet encountered. I think I can use it to shift my abode back to the Vale. I only hope I have enough time. Flick. I fear the day of reckoning is upon us. The magics I have so long called upon feels heavy and viscous beneath my fingers. I feel myself straining to dare coax it to my bidding. It is scalding to the touch. I fear exhaustion will take me before the war is through. Though I mention my fear here in an act of recognition, I cannot act upon it. I cannot allow my instinct to overcome my existence. Flick. I must escape to the Vale. If I cannot live amongst the gods for fear of annihilation, nor can I live on Kilar'une for fear of annihilation, I must seek the Between once more. Though they have pierced the Vale, it only acts now to contain their tears and terrors on Kilar'une. A torn home is better than the boiling pot of hell on earth. Flick. My mind fails me. They are always watching, waiting to jump and persecute me from my life's right. His words before me blur into inconsequence and frustration. I must trial on. Flick. Damned his work. Damn this war. Damn the gods. Damn the followers. Damn the Arcanists. Damn the Trideca. Damn this world. If it is a crime to weave one's own fate, then life may as well be forfeit. Flick. You reach the last paragraph. The last piece of writing in this book. It is incomplete. I am out of time. I will stand with but the machinations of a madman, holding the defective cenotaph to my master's life. My will is my own, and I will exercise that right. I will put these passages into the sheet for you, Vane.
Cool. I'm sure I've missed something. Hmm. So, Vane's looking like, obviously as he's reading this, looking very perplexed. He hasn't, I assume, heard of anything vaguely similar to the Trideca or the Tides or the Lightborn, the Avenging.
It all seems very vague,
Yeah.
and yet
Got a
specific
feeling.
at the same time. It's not terminology or a certain vernacular that you're used to seeing.
Okay.
It could also possibly be the crude translation of a alien language into your own.
Well, I suppose that's true.
Will I show to
Okay.
everyone? If you're
Yeah, I will sort of read it out to the group.
no, I'm just saying, like,
Start by saying,
it'd be easier if everyone can read it.
yeah, no,
Just
of
make
course.
it easier. You can roleplay however
Yeah,
you like.
I'll read it out to everyone. But before I do, I'll kind of sort of slightly shake my head and be like, it seems like this place is from Kilar'une, but just not here, maybe? It talks about the veil in between and living with the gods. Here, this is basically what it says, and then I'll read it out. I'll just read the last paragraph. Damn this work, damn his war, damn the gods, damn their followers, damn the Arcanists, damn the Trideca, damn this world. If it is a crime to weave one's own fate, then life may as well be forfeit. It is incomplete. I am out of time. I will stand with but the machinations of a madman, holding the defective cenotaph of my master's life. My will is my own, and I will exercise that right. So it seems like... Do any of you know any of these terms? These beings, the Trideca, the Lightborn, the
God?
Avenging?
God, are you there? Can you hear me?
The Tides?
Rook, give me a
Yes.
history check, please.
Sure. I'll add +3 to that.
Oh, with the pay gift.
Yeah.
Yes, fortune of the money.
Lovely. 25. The subjects of this book you're not entirely familiar with. But it's the underlying undertone of a war of gods and arcanists, the divine followers of the so-called gods. Despite what little you do know about it, and it's very little is known about it universally, but it just rubs you the wrong way. If all this is true and all this is real, this points to the Age of Providence.
Mhm.
We're talking pre-sweet times.
Yeah.
Over 3,000 years ago.
But the many of the things we've seen in here don't look 3,000 years old.
No.
Fascinating.
Does any of it ring a bell to you?
How much do you know about the Age of Providence?
Jesus.
God,
so you know.
Jesus, oh my God.
I very little.
You know, because of your background and your
Mhm.
love and your study of history, basically. But even then, not many people know of the Age of Providence, so to speak, because there isn't really much left from that time. In fact, there's more of the ages before the Age of Providence that is still
Mhm.
available to you today that you can bear witness to, such as the bones of the Stormlord up in Milan.
Mhm.
Some, like a well-informed noble or aristocrat or somebody who has the money and the time might know of the Age of Providence, but this is very much your forte here.
You look like you were considering vain. Should I continue or?
Oh no, please. I mean, this is all very much out of my wheelhouse. I know some of these words, like eyelids and sleep.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So-
DM.
Mhm.
When I had a brief conversation with the brain, he had mentioned. Yeah, isn't that a sentence to live on?
Mm.
He mentioned the All-Seer, I think.
I don't think so.
No, we got a book
something
from
about-
the
He
Odyssey.
was talking
wondering.
about deity, yes.
Hmm.
Specifically, he was asking you to bring him to your deity.
Hmm.
I have no idea who that might be.
So,
Continue, Rook, sorry.
if what you're saying is to be believed, then that means this book, this place, these people were likely active in the Age of Providence,
When was that?
roughly 3,000 years ago.
And how is it
Right.
just standing here?
Well, clearly it moves. The Age of Providence happened before the Age of Humanos and after the Age of Strife. It is when divinity and the arcane battled and almost brought all that lived on this plane to ruin.
Oh.
Of all the different ages that our world has seen, fewer have torn themselves asunder more than the Age of Providence. Destruction on a scale that does not leave anything but to memory.
Sorry. So this book is this entire ruin is 3,000 years old.
Well, that depends. on how you perceive time.
Hmm.
Okay,
I'm
well,
I'm
that's
saying I'm saying it was here. It existed 3,000 years ago. I'm not
well,
saying it's 3,000 years old.
what I was going to ask was this sort of in between, this veil that they speak of. Does that ring any bells? Maybe the time works differently there.
Of that I can't speak, but it's very possible. The book, the notes, they speak of, fighting factions. They
Yes,
speak
yes.
of the groups of the arcane and and fighting against the would be gods, the divine. If
Yeah.
this in between place was somewhere more used by the arcane than the divine, it would stand to reason that we don't know about it anymore. All we have at the
Intriguing.
moment is purely conjecture.
Hmm.
Might be something to inquire at the academy.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps it's definitely worth asking, though don't get your hopes up. Such
Hmm.
materials are long since buried.
Well, you and Gilmore have a mutual love for history and archaeology, correct? Maybe he has read a book or something. At least worth asking if he knows anything about the um the main antagonists here, the Lightborn and the Tides. Also, potentially this Vorodan, Vorodan.
I think
Well,
that might be who Brain is on a stick.
Oh no, it is. But I don't think well, he may be willing to tell us some things about himself, but also we'd have to, touch the stick.
this individual, whoever it is clearly from an age of tremendous pain and destruction. Before we can get anything out of it, we would need to convince them that we are not on the side of whatever ancient enemy they once fought. And, as prevalent as arcane magic to the world we know, there's still plenty of divinity in place. So we can't say to whether any of those gods would hold a front to this individual.
Mm. I mean, I've been
So,
successful thus far with fending off his control. I can hazard to ask a couple of questions just to get an idea of where he thinks he is, perhaps. Because whenever
well,
when I tried to identify him, he was talking about how pitiful the magic was. So perhaps he doesn't quite realize how long has passed.
might do well to start with the basics. Here's where you are. It's been this long, and we are these kind of people.
Well, I don't want to give him any information that he might be able to use against our time, is the only problem.
Well, how much information could he have against so-called travelers?
Well, the problem we risk with this individual is if we tell them the state of our world at the moment, that doesn't necessarily mean it will quell whatever ambition or desire they initially had. They
Mm-hmm.
could very well see it as an opportunity to
Yeah.
build back up
If
where
they
they
think
currently are.
if they think that our current magic is pitiful, then there's the potential that they think that they could overthrow everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, from what you said, Cato, they're actively looking to pick a fight with a god.
Hmm. One he believes him, let's say, devout towards.
Who do you worship, if any?
No one in particular. Never really found a reason to.
Hmm. But why? Why did he immediately assume, with how you reached out to them, that you were an advocate of one of these deities?
Well, given the means of which I reached out to him, he clearly drew some, well, made some assumptions.
Perhaps one of these factions that he speaks of in this, well, other than that, and I point towards Rook's bag, that the lizard man referred to in his journal. Perhaps they used psionics, and he connected the pieces that he knows of.
Hmm.
Well, he mentioned he referred to me as a wandering eye, so perhaps
Hmm.
he figured my abilities related to maybe this all-seer or whatever it is.
Potentially. I wonder, Roshana, does your speak with dead, do they have to be mentally dead?
I don't know.
Because, I mean, and I point at the brain, he's not really got a body. I don't know if it's maybe it's the sentience, I'm not sure.
He also would have needed a mouth to talk.
Well, that solves that.
And he's undead, right? Kind of.
Yeah,
As
you,
a-
you cast a detect
Yeah.
evil and good. Just clear.
Well, perhaps it's not the master we need to speak to.
Huh? Am I about to watch you manhandle a corpse back out of your bag?
Do we want to do that here?
Don't have
I
to,
prefer not
but
to.
If we think we've gotten all there is to gain from here,
I
we
mean,
should maybe leave.
we also are going to meet what's his name's mother?
Runkle.
Yes, Runkle's mother.
And we've already spent more time getting here and figuring this place out than I think any of us anticipated.
Exactly.
Most definitely.
Maybe even the gods.
Hmm.
So, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm absolutely famished.
And I want to get out
Squint.
here.
I squint at Rook.
Don't eat a brain.
So, do we want to put the staff into a bag of holding? Do we want to tie a rope to it and drag it behind us 20 feet? Like, what's...
I think that requires less touching.
Uh-huh.
could work.
Do you think I could let my ferret touch it? Do we think that would be funny?
Can I just pick up the staff?
Well, if it's any consolation, you would gain an extremely smart ferret.
Nah,
I'm
but
saying
it'd
his
lose
ferret's
all of
not
its...
already smart.
It'd lose all of his charm.
Fane's gonna pick up the stuff.
Okay.
Do you want to put it in this bag?
After I ask a couple of questions.
Can you ask them out loud?
Of course, of course.
Can you repeat what he says out loud?
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
I hold the staff in my right hand and look at the brain. So, Voridan, what year do you think it is?
There's a pause. I don't know.
Before he answers. Oh, okay. How long do you think you've been stuck in this tomb?
It's hard to say.
You
Was
cut
that
out
hard
there,
to
sorry.
was that hard to say?
It's hard to say.
Oh, okay. If you had to guess, you are very smart after all, with your magic.
If a voice could sneer, it would.
Mm.
Oh my god.
He doesn't respond.
Oh, and you were so talkative. Well, it is no longer the age of, what was it, Rook? Providence?
Yes.
These factions you speak of, the Tides, the Allseer, the Avenging, the Lightborn, Trideca, all gone. You're a remnant of an age millennia in the past. How does that make you feel? Bad.
Give me a wisdom saving throw, Vane.
Mm.
I'm a wise boy.
Well,
Look how wise I am.
I hope the finding out part comes.
Alrighty. He doesn't
Oh
respond.
god, she's not. Okay. Oh. And you sounded so confident and powerful. I dropped the stuff.
Okay.
Do I need to charisma saving throw?
You don't. No.
Ah, shit, I'm cursed, guys.
I think you've perhaps given them a lot to think about.
Well,
And Rook will like hold open his like fanny pack.
oh, yes, I was supposed to do this, wasn't I? I pick the stuff up and put it in the fanny
Okay.
pack.
We can make sure you're the one to take it out again.
Mic
Yes, yes,
drop.
it's all good.
Oh wait, fuck! I needed that.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll put it in brain first.
Alrighty.
Right.
Well,
Unless-
now that he's gone.
Unless we missed anything, I think the only thing left in here was that one chest we didn't open in the dining room. Unless we
Yes.
cared about that, we should go.
I don't care about it.
You have the books, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, if you could just give me a few more minutes, I want to see if I can find out where this teleportation circle went. But feel
Just-
free to.
You want to
wander.
take note of the remaining non-destroyed rooms.
Well, yes, I was going to write them down, and I was going to see if I could glean any magical essence from this circle.
All right.
But
Good
yeah,
idea.
you can, I
feel
guess.
free to wander. Yes, of course. And I'll put my hand on the circle and start casting Identify.
Okay.
Identify.
Sorry, Kato.
I'm gonna do one last look around the whole room, see if there's anything we missed.
Okay, just give me a perception check, please. Vane, very quickly, you learn that this
Okay.
is not magical. Any magical
Okay.
essence that was here
It's
is a
well gone.
long time gone.
I had a feeling that might be the case after the whole 3,000 years thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe.
Can I
Kato
jot
sees
down
nothing.
Kato, you see the broken glass over here.
the? I thought I said to Rook last week. I thought that was confetti that maybe like that this was like a little stage, and the guy was singing into the microphone, which was the brain on a stick, and then the confetti came out, and he had a heart attack because he was scared. That was my opinion of how this whole situation came about.
Okay.
Can I just quickly before like as soon as I realize that there's no magic in it, I'll whip out one of the pieces of paper that I have in my bag, and I'm just going to jot down the runes on like around the circle, kind of like give a sketch of the circle basically.
Okay.
The broken glass at the back. What do they fall from like windows?
It does actually look like there were probably windows here at some point. But just pure rock now behind.
Can I like look on the other side of the glass and just see like the seam between where the window frame would meet the rock and see if it like matches or whether it's like clearly not meant to be there?
Clearly not meant to be there.
Is there any sign of...
It's like fitted in place, like the glass is obviously shattered, but there's no millimeter or inch that you can like even just crest your finger over to find the seam.
Oh, and was it just glass
flush.
or did it stain glassed?
Probably was stained.
Okay. I'm going to summon my ferret to my hand.
Okay.
Hey, buddy.
Oh.
Wanted to run a quick question by you, if you don't mind.
Okay.
You know that chest that cut your head off before?
Yeah.
So we're about to leave, but I wanted to ask you if you wanted to give it one more try or just give it a miss.
Yeah.
Completely up to you.
Let's do it.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
Vane, encourage my ferret.
Encourage my ferret.
Vane kind of looks at the piece of paper that he's jotting these runes down on, and kind of then looks up at Rook and looks at the ferret and goes, "Ferret, locks. Good luck."
Yeah, he's a good kid. Let's go.
That costs bardic inspiration.
Okay.
Hey, Kato, you want to come with in case it tries to kill me?
Very well.
Or should I ask, like, Roshana and then you'll come anyway?
Hot damn.
I'm staying near Fane.
Yeah, I'm just gonna... Unless anything gets in my way, I'm just gonna move my token over to...
Yep, go ahead.
there. Alright, you got this. Gonna cast guidance on him.
I suppose.
Already. Okay. The ferret's ready. This lock doesn't pose disadvantage, but I believe the ferret
Yes.
has advantage, so it's just a straight roll.
They do indeed. Normal. Sleight of hand. So that will be a 24
29.
plus 5
Oh.
plus 1.
30.
Damn.
Alright.
You see, the ferret kind of steals themselves before they push their head into the lock, and you hear a little from inside, and you watch as the ferret like puts its two paws on either side, like tries to move its head out, and then it manages to pull its head out, and both it and the lock fall to the ground.
Yes!
You see the ferret puts its two hands up.
You did it! Kato, wasn't that amazing?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Ignore him. He doesn't understand.
Okay.
Alright. I'm gonna pick up the lock.
Okay.
It's mine now.
Yeah.
As soon as I'm done jotting this down, I'll kind of have another quick glance around the room and then head to meet up with the rest of the group and bring Roshana with me,
Okay.
so she's not alone without her husband.
Oh my god, no.
All right,
Be fine.
chill.
Be okay.
I will murder Vane in my sleep.
Okay. So, inside, Rook, you see everything has been like swaddled and covered in this thick brown blanket. Doesn't really have any warmth to it. It just seems to have been thrown in place to keep these things hidden. You do find what looks to be like a circlet that is worn around the head.
Oh,
A brooch with a little anatomical heart on it.
Oh,
oh,
Ooh. A iron rod, it looks like. A iron chest inside as well. A chest within the chest. And then finally you find a rather nice lyre covered in crystals.
ooh. We'll have to have Vane identify these.
yes. I think once we've met our way out and we're settling down for the evening, we can do that. I don't want any reason to stay here any longer.
Agreed.
I'll pop those guys into the bag of clothing
Alrighty.
and make my way back to the rest of the group.
Really good.
He leaves first.
Your test isn't as tight, Kato, since you arrive into the room. Where'd you say you were, Vane? Oh, he's in the corridor.
He's still in the tunnel.
No, sorry, I am walking with Roshana. I just had to. Come here. I'm okay.
We found some more goodies, especially
Oh,
one that you, Vane, might be interested in.
Oh,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll pull out the lyre.
Yeah, it's a very nice lyre.
ooh,
Exquisite quality and very interesting construction to it.
Interesting. This will. I will keep a hold of this for the moment.
Sure. I think we can probably identify that and the other items once we reach the end of this day. I think we'd all be more comfortable if we could make some distance.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Plus, we have that damnable door to get past.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, do we need anything else in here, or does everyone want to leave?
Do we want to take the diamonds?
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my
The
god.
hell with that.
Man. Did someone just see that? Someone just see that motorized cart that just ran through here?
One of the ones from Glengamry. Why they go so fast?
Mm.
Whose horse is that?
Do we dare take the? I mean, everything seems to be trapped in here, so
Sure, but
it would be
at the
nice to
same-
take the diamonds, but also,
untainted diamonds.
well, yes, but I fear that when we get outside of this building, perhaps it's the force field that is keeping them untainted.
Yeah.
Well, if that's true, that adds some very strange questions about the curse. Because the force field isn't completely sealed.
But all entrances are. There's that barrier with the pane.
Well, then do you want to take one? Because if it turns black the moment we step outside, that's a new level of insight.
That is.
And I feel
Good
like the guild would like to know if there is a variable vault capable of warding off the curse. inside one of the mountains.
Very good point. Yes, may as well take one.
If what turns black, sorry.
The only
The
issue,
diamond.
Right.
it's not like we're taking the jade, so I guess the force field won't actually go with it. My apologies.
No, but that may not have been the force field. More looks like it's coming from the statues. Unless
Yes,
you
but the
thought I was
the
talking about
ones-
tearing up the jade from the floor.
No, the jade from the statues in the barrier areas.
Yeah, that looked more like the it was used to blast people trying to tamper with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, perhaps.
Uh,
Well,
oh,
I mean, no harm.
I'll pop over
Well,
here and
Claim it
pop one of
afterwards.
I'll help.
Alrighty. We'll say,
I
for
won't.
the sake of brevity, and you guys working together, you do manage to remove all 4 diamonds, if that's what you want to do.
I think we're just doing one to start with.
Okay, yep, top right. You pull the diamond out, and the statue and the wall descends into the ground.
all right.
Go.
We can we can make it to the entrance. Can toss it through to whoever's on the other side, and if
Mhm.
it doesn't turn black, we can maybe pick up the others.
Yeah, seems a good idea.
Yeah, because at least if they're still good in here, you know, if they're desperately needed for some form of resurrection, someone
We
can be
bring the
brought
best one,
here.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and thrown through the barrier.
Uh-huh. And well, I don't think the psychic doorway is going to cause a problem if they're dead.
You never know these days.
Okay,
Hi,
Joe.
Kato.
Alrighty. So you guys make your way down through the hall with the hundreds of holes in the ceiling
Still
Yeah.
don't know what that's for.
before you reach the broken door, which is no longer spraying blue energy.
Oh.
All right.
Well, that can't be good. Can I turn around and see if the statue here comes back up and like the door closes?
Yeah, it doesn't come up immediately.
Immediately.
I mean, you do know that it does close eventually. You've seen it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess
I'll go
carry
through
on with the
first.
rest then.
Okay. Rashana, you walk through and you hear the pulsing energy through the door, but it's contained. It's no longer sparking or spraying on either side.
No, only does it on entry. That's useful.
It's fine.
It could have been the
Force field,
barrier,
maybe?
the force field having been twisted may have thrown it off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And
jump
then-
through.
Okay. You do so with ease.
I look
How's
at the
it?
diamond.
How's it done?
It is exactly as you had it 1 second ago before exiting through the door.
Do you want to go grab the others?
Mm. I
The
mean,
only
we
issue is
could.
I don't think it's an instant process. But I mean, we can take them if you want.
Well, no, if you want to leave them there, then we can leave them particularly mind.
We can always come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Please, no.
Alrighty. So you guys have finished your time in the ruin. Yay!
Let's go outside. Let's kiss the ground outside.
Touch grass.
Yes.
You clamber your way out over the rubble and whatnot. Find yourself back in the long, long tunnel. Still Pretty
Lovely.
dark, aside from
Could
Shauna,
almost,
you've got your gem of brightness right now, I believe.
Yes, I still have it.
Rook has handed to you.
I could almost hear Rye's brain going, "Oh my god, they missed everything! Oh no!"
They missed the entire second part of the dungeon.
Yeah, didn't they remember that there was a hole in the floor in the middle with the stairs that was caved in? Ah!
Oh,
Well, anyway.
Bye.
bye, Felicia.
Start wandering, I guess.
Yep, forward march, I'm presuming.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything
Yep.
you guys would like to do on your
Uh,
journey?
We could write a note into the journal to ask the guild to ask the people on the far side to check to see if it's clear for them now.
Yeah.
Van, what was it? Van Zar Doer something.
What?
The patron of the quest.
Oh, for that, Garen? No, hang on, I've got it here. Van Zar Dwinar. No,
Yeah, that guy.
isn't that the guy from?
No, that's the right one.
Yeah, that's right. That one.
The sooner they know that
VZAR.
the sooner they know that the barrier has been moved, the sooner they can get back to work, breaking their way through.
Yeah.
So, maybe
Yes.
like barrier moved, giant problem pending.
Oh wait, I when we were in there, I kind of had a ping of brilliance, shall we say? And I would like to cast sending.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. Woo. Wow.
now what?
25 words, right?
It is indeed. Up to.
Okay. Up to. I will send to. I'm familiar with Vance the Dwinar, aren't I?
You've
With
met him.
Vance.
Yep.
Vance Dwindle Eyes. I will say. Oh, I really hope this is the right guy.
It is.
It is, yeah, it is. I'm just like, he's in a throng of other people as well that we met at the same time. Hang on. Good is good day one word or two?
God damn it.
Two.
I don't know.
Two.
Two.
I'll just apostrophize it. Good day.
Yay.
Yeah, if you say good day, I think it's one word.
Good day.
Hello, Vane here.
Okay.
We believe we have resolved the barrier issue in tunnel.
4 words.
Please, can you check?
Yes.
Is
Very
that
nice.
20? Or is that 25?
20.
I don't know.
That's 20. 20. I think you have 5 left.
Okay.
Yeah, so you maybe can say like Brindisi side.
Brindisi side. Let me know. That's 25.
1 word. 1 word. No, you're right. You're right. 25.
And you asking everyone, is that 25? Is that 20?
Guys, is that 25? Also,
I was
did say-
counting!
Did I say who I was?
No, you did not!
I don't know if you need to, and you did.
I did. I said Vayner.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you send that out into the ether vein after casting runes in the air and plucking away very gently at whatever lute or viol you've got out at the moment. And you
Yeah.
feel almost like there's a presence right beside your ear, somebody speaking into it.
Vane, like,
that is
jumps.
that is great news. Why aren't you using the sending stone? You've resolved the issue. And it cuts off there.
Mm. I can't say anything back, can I?
No.
Unless I use sending again. What time is it?
You don't know?
What time is it in this tunnel?
Yeah, let's
I-
ask. Well, it's not Big Ben. Small
Big
Spock.
Morrigal.
Small
I'll
Spock.
I'll
cast sending
time
it.
Does-
Okay, I'm
Well,
gonna cast sending again.
does Rook have what's that spell? Druidcraft?
I do not.
Okay, never mind.
What do you take me for?
I'll
I
cast-
thought you were a druid.
Oh yeah, easy mistake to make.
Ooh. Sorry, Bane. You
and
said you're gonna
I
cast
will,
again?
I will. Yep, I'll cast again, and I will reply to him. Just wanted to check the issue was resolved before confirming via sending stone.
Good save.
Otherwise, we may need it at later date. Yours sincerely,
Nope,
Vane.
you were already cut off.
I was like, oh, fuck.
3 words. Yours, I think.
Damn. Oh well.
That's an interesting point to leave off of.
Yours.
Once again, that sensation returns to you, Vane.
You were to contact me once in the tunnel to determine if you could reach the barrier.
I could have sent a reinforcement by now.
Fuck my life. I'm gonna cast sending again.
Do you have another third level spell slot?
I do. This is my last one.
Damn.
Go for it.
Can you use the sending stone?
No, I'm by principle now. We're keeping it.
Oh my
Third
God.
time lucky.
Wow.
Apologies.
Throw her up.
Many giants. I need one of those clicky things to count my words.
Mm-hmm.
You have 3 words.
Apologies. Thanks. Apologies, many giants. That's it. Apologies, many giants.
Small body
Vadals-
required.
Vadelston ruins. Sorry. Apologies, many giants. Vadelston in ruins. King giant. Very dangerous. No time to write or
6 words.
talk.
No, it's 11. You've 9 words
I've got
left.
9 words left.
I've got 4 words left on my count.
4?
I've got
Ah.
4 words left. Okay. Right. What was the last word I used?
Oh Jesus! Well,
So much power.
The last.
No.
Okay.
Apologies for delay. Vain. There was
Yeah.
a full stop in between.
Yeah.
Apologies for delay and vain. So basically, I've just said it was some big giants and a king giant, and it was really bad. Please forgive. Forgive.
You hear in response. I will send the reinforcements now.
I ain't replying to that.
No.
That's like him replying with K. I ain't fucking dealing with that. It's 25 words. He could make the most out of it. Fucking hell. 3,000 bloody GP ain't worth my bloody time.
You were gonna get more.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Wait,
well, I
how
apologize.
much?
At least I'm not sending still.
This quest is 3,000 gold pieces.
And then all the giants.
Then all the giant organs.
Yeah.
The items we got.
That's why we had to get the bag back. Like, if Rook
Yeah.
died, we needed
Also
it back
the,
before he
The
killed
possible
Rook.
diamond.
The
yeah.
3,000 gold is for determining whether
what the
whether
issue
the
is.
barrier is encountered on the Brindisi side if the tunnel extends to the Battleston side, and then if possible check out the tunnel and identify the source of the barrier, and then if possible destroy the source of the barrier. We didn't destroy it, but we put it back in place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure we could destroy it.
Yeah, I'm sure we could have if we really
I say
tried.
don't try.
I mean, we
Go on,
could
go
have
back and
wobbled
grab
Oh,
a
it.
jade again.
I wasn't
Yep.
saying that. I'm just,
Yep.
wondering to the possibility.
I think the most we could do is maybe wobble it enough the whole building comes down.
Yeah.
Or turn it. Turn each of those. Oh no, I don't think they'd reach still.
I
I
was
was
just
going to say
saying,
turn it so that they kind of cut the entrance way off. So
the
they
way
can't be
we've
turned
left
again.
it, they can turn it into one hell of a toll station.
True. Cool. I guess now that he's said that he's sending reinforcements, I will say, I forgot we had a sending stone. Who
Yeah, I don't
has
know what
that?
you were doing that whole time. I do.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I wanted to test this new spell anyway, so there you go. He's sending reinforcements to see if the tunnel's fixed.
We can submit like a full debrief
Yes.
at a later date.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shall we carry on?
Let's get out of this tunnel.
Trudge out of the tunnel. Vane is looking at the shiny lyre and pretty. He's not doing anything. He's just staring at it, just like.
Yeah. So, with full day's forward march, it's quite boring. That's just something you want to talk about. We can jump to your kip for the night.
I cast Goodberry.
Alrighty. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Rook, you shove all of the good berries into your mouth.
Oh,
That was the
God.
plan.
We're gonna have to do something about that.
Are you still that hungry, Rook?
Yeah. Oh, here, let me try this. I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic on myself.
Okay. And you feel far too full.
Oh no.
Probably should have done that before.
I didn't know how far we needed to be from the. I don't think I'm gonna need to eat for. And he like looks up to the sky for a minute. 17 days.
Specific.
I'm sure you don't need to, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna make the walk a lot more miserable.
Well, walking does help with digestion, so
Tell that to my digestive tract.
I'm so sorry for that.
Alright, let's just go. Let's go.
Yep.
You're all stuck in the tunnel together.
Let's go! Rook, you can go in the back!
Is there anyone else that I got one more of those in me?
You've got several in you, my friend.
No, one more dispel magic.
Give it to Kato.
Okay. Bam!
It's Rashana like he's too clingy. Give it to Kate.
What?
Kato, that tie that you feel to Rashana is no longer there.
Oh, I'm cured.
Oh wow!
Damn.
It doesn't seem like you were too happy about the arrangement either.
Murder plans have changed. It's not Vane that goes, it's Kato.
Wait, what arrangement? What happened?
Rook's the favorite.
Yes, Rook, you are.
Both fists into the air in triumph.
And immediately, oh.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
You know, you've gone to an all-you-can-eat buffet and you're like, put your arms up, shake it down,
Oh no, yeah.
get more food in.
Can
No more food for a week.
can I wild shape into a cow to make this process easier?
You can certainly do that.
Okay. They've got several stomachs that should help.
They're giants. Why don't you
Oh.
shapeshift into a giant, eh?
You all type it into a cow, Rook, and it doesn't really help all that much.
Well,
Mm,
that's fine.
you just go. "Moo."
Oh.
Are you like one of those fluffy cows though?
Oh yeah, what, like one of the
The Highland
Scotland
cows.
Highland shows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love those.
Not when they're going number 2. The fluff gets everywhere.
Well, he's in the back, so.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah. After your day's travel, you walk forward and begin to slump down as you feel your knees begin to grow weary. Would you like to set up camp? Would you like to
Yes, I'm
just
tired.
fall over?
Vane's gonna just whip out his bedroll and lay it on the floor.
Alrighty.
And like sit on top of it for the time being, just while we're not 100% resting, because I believe he has some work to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he starts with
Mhm.
the lyre because, you know,
Hmm.
mine. So, I need to identify
Okay.
everything we got out of the chest. that were-
Okay.
Mhm.
Everything. This is gonna take hours, by the way.
Oh,
Everything
yeah.
everything we took out of the chest, all the books, the diamond, and I think that's it.
Okay. Well, I can tell you, the diamond is a
It was a
diamond.
diamond. Guys, we got a fucking diamond.
The books that you had pulled from the library, while you got those magical essences of them before with your detect magic vein.
Yep.
It's beyond your comprehension.
Damn it, I'm done. Fuck.
Might be worth bringing it to someone who can
Read. Yep, I get
read, who
it.
can help decipher some of the more nuanced pieces that you're not familiar with.
Yeah.
However, in the chest, the circlet is a circlet of human perfection. It can transform its attuned wearer into an attractive human of average height and weight.
Man, we should give Kate that.
The circlet chooses the physical characteristics of the form, such as age, gender, skin color, hair color, and voice.
It'll make you younger.
I kill Vane.
That's fair.
Wait, let me finish identifying first.
That is actually fair, yeah.
Okay.
Brain check.
Except for size, the wearer's statistics and racial traits don't change, nor do items worn or carried by the wearer. Removing the circlet ends the effect.
Makes sense. Attunement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is it a once per day thing or just a?
That was just the rod.
No, separate.
No. I think it's
Oh,
just
okay.
while you're attuned to it and wearing it.
Yep.
Okay.
You gain the effects, so you can take it off to lose them or put
Oh,
back
I
on
see.
to
Okay,
gain them.
right, cool, lovely.
And then this little brooch, this one is described as nondescript, but for my flavour, it's got a little anatomical heart in it. While wearing this brooch, spells and anything else that would detect or reveal your creature type treat you as humanoid. And those that would reveal your alignment treat it as neutral.
Ooh.
Okay. So you're basically treated as human and neutral.
Basically, yeah.
Interesting.
The rod then is a flat iron rod that has a button on one end. You can use an action to press the button, which causes the rod to become magically fixed in place. Until you or another creature uses an action to push the button again, the rod doesn't move.
We've
Even
got to
if
put
it
it
is
inside a dragon.
defying
wait,
gravity.
God.
So free chin-ups?
Yeah.
Actually,
I mean,
yes.
No doorway
technically,
needed.
yeah.
The rod
You're
can
not gonna
hold
have
up to
that
8,000 pounds of weight.
Let's go!
More weight causes the rod to deactivate and fall. A creature can use an action to make a DC 30 strength check, moving the fixed rod up to 10 feet on a success.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Is an immovable rod. Hooray!
Yay.
The
How do
lyre.
you spell immovable?
It says it right there.
Oh wait, why am I writing this shit down then? Fuck.
Yes. Okay. This
Damn my note taking.
lyre covered in crystals. Look, I'm trying to make the note taking as easy as possible.
No, I very
Well,
much appreciate
Still
it.
fucking forgot you had a sending stone.
Forgot to, okay? It's fine.
Ugh.
In my defense, we did get that like fucking 20 sessions ago.
Mhm.
All you need to do is write it in your inventory. That's literally all you needed to do.
Yeah, it's not in my inventory though, is it?
The lyre. Okay. The
Mhm.
lyre is covered in crystals, and while holding it, you can cast mending as an action. You can also play the lyre as a reaction when an object or a structure you can see within 300 feet of you takes damage, causing it to be immune to that damage and any further damage of the same type until the start of your next turn.
Ooh.
In addition, you can play the lyre as an action to cast a number of different spells. And once they're cast, they can't be cast from it again until the next dawn. In order to use this instrument, you need to, 1, be a bard, and 2, be proficient in the lyre.
God damn it! What if I'm proficient in any other instrument? Which isn't any other instrument. And it's not really a proficiency.
Now,
I retract that question.
okay. Send that over to you, Vane. Hold on 1 second. I need to put something back there. Yeah, okay. And then the iron box. You pull out, Rook, this iron box that the small chest that you found within the chest itself.
Mhm.
There does seem to be a small padlock on it as well.
Can I check it for traps?
Certainly may. Give me an investigation check, please.
Why he does that? That was the other thing I wanted to identify is the lock that we got off of the main chest.
Oh yeah.
The head exploding lock.
The investigator.
Holy sick.
26, very nice. Not trapped, no.
Good, I will summon my ferret again.
Alrighty.
You're ready for round 2.
This one is just with advantage. No
Excellent.
detriment. And quick as you like, the ferret sticks its little nose in and wiggles its snout about a little bit, and within a split second, it's done. It kind of looks up at you a bit disappointed. Furrowed little eyebrows.
Hey, look, they can't be all magic decapitating locks, can they? Yeah. Well, we'll find more. Good work, though.
And you
I mean, could just lock the decapitating lock and give it to him.
No, I don't think I'm going to do that.
I don't think I will.
So, you flip open this chest, and inside you find like wrapped and wrapped and wrapped again in various pieces of cloth. You kind of have to yank it out of the chest and then start peeling away at it. It seems like a lot of effort has gone in to cover this up. You see a shield.
Ooh.
While holding the shield, you have advantage on initiative rolls and wisdom perception checks. The shield is emblazoned with the symbol of an eye.
Love that shield.
This is the Sentinel shield, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Did you? I didn't get a pop-up for my.
You'll get it in
sorry.
a second.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just because then the Sentinel shield came up. I thought I'd mention it because I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Did I say I'm sorry? I'm sorry. Please
Say
don't
it
kill
again.
me again.
Say it again.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Does anyone object to me using this shield?
Oh, go for it.
Shields aren't generally my forte.
I cannot hold a shield right now.
I don't
Why
want to
not?
hold a shield right now.
I'm holding my great axe. I
Big
left my
lady.
warhammer back at the guild.
Oh, so you are just standing there, two-handing a great axe in front of us.
Yes. About to murder you all.
All right.
No.
Well, let me put this shield on.
I need to learn how to use a lyre.
Okay. And the lock that you found is called a superior lock of trickery. It's basically an improvement on the basic lock of trickery that you get. I think some Xanathars. It's a common item, but the DC is much higher on this one, and there is damage dealt if you get it wrong.
Mm.
Explodey damage.
Yes. So, after an hour and a bit of Vane sitting around and...
Did I do all the book? Oh, yeah, you saw it.
Oh, sorry, yeah, probably about 2 hours then.
Yeah. That was what I was like, wait, maths. And that's like, that was fast. Vane is looking absolutely fucking shattered at this point. Magically sapped after sending and identifying, comprehending. Yeah.
Okay, what's the plan, guys?
Vane goes to sleep.
Very well.
It's like he gives the shield to Rook because I think, oh no, the lock he hands back to Rook says it's a superior lock of trickery or something and does damage better than the other one, and then just sort of slumps into bed.
Okay. Good.
And snoring within like 3 minutes.
Rookie, you mind if I see that book?
The blood book?
Yes,
Sure. Here.
thank you.
Keeps eyes on Kato.
Alrighty.
I'd like to quick save here.
Yeah.
F5.
Anna. Are you sure it's Zayloon you're worshipping here?
Actually, from the hells.
Listen, I am a half orc. It's just the murderous intent.
I respect.
My tusks are growing. I'm a growing girl.
How
Ooh,
much bigger can she get?
big lady.
yeah, GM, I would like to open the ominous blood book. Thank you.
You open
Oh, is
said
that what it's called?
ominous
Ominous
blood
blood
book, and immediately you watch as between the pages along the spine, blood begins to bubble up and begin to slip down and pour out onto the ground before you.
If Vane wakes
Turn
up
the
with blood on
page.
him, I swear to God.
You tear a page?
Turn.
Oh, turn a page. I was like,
Yeah.
what? You turn a page,
Bold move.
completely blank.
I mean, do I feel anything?
No, don't feel anything.
Damn. Alright, I close it up.
Alrighty. Watch as a
That's
few more
disappointing.
blood drops just onto the ground.
Well, that's disappointing.
What were you expecting to happen?
Well, I told you I felt some kind of sensation. But, now I don't.
I don't suppose it was the nature of that place.
It's certainly possible. Unfortunate.
Perhaps if we learn more about that book from someone with more insight, we'll be able to better understand why you had such a reaction to it, or more specifically, why it had such a reaction to you.
One can hope. I'm gonna check the guild journal.
Alrighty. And the last message you sent was, let's see. Sorry, what was the last message that you sent?
Yeah, I cannot remember off the top of my head. I think it was in related to the archaeologist who had to come here.
Ah, yes. No, what you're referring to now. Nothing back as of yet. You did receive a message, like, it was either earlier in the day or the day before, saying that Professor Gilmore was on business and he would get back to you when he could.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Close it up again. I think that's pretty much all for me at the moment.
Okay. If that's the case, do you guys want to take your long rest?
Yeah.
Vane is
Sounds good to me.
already doing that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Already. You can just sleep straight through. Do you want to take watches? What's the plan?
Vane ain't watching shit.
Wow.
I'll take watch.
I'll
Okay.
take second watch.
Kato, Rashana.
I'll take the third.
Very well.
If he doesn't do a watch, right, it means he can't fail the watch. Smart.
Yeah. I guess you're doing what you would have been doing anyway, except we don't have any
Exactly.
expectation on you being awake.
Exactly.
Very well. Okay. Rest of you bed down. Kato, just give me a perception check, please.
Will do. Lukewarm.
You settle down, and it's an odd sensation. Well, I suppose you had it in the ruin the night before, but you just hear the gentle hum and echo of your friends breathing in and out and snores up and down the tunnel.
Mm.
Doesn't look like you're going to be disturbed here.
This place has excellent acoustics.
But you do think over what you've seen, and how everything ties in. Both in how the ruin came to be here, and what happened with the archaeologists, and what you found. How this relates to you and your family.
There's a disappointed sigh.
Seems to be more questions than answers. Once more.
You know it.
Okay. I'm gonna wake up Roshana next.
Mm-hmm. Shake the shoulders.
Yes.
Alright, you're up.
Anything interesting happening?
Other than Vane's snoring reverberating off the walls,
Could be worse.
not much else.
Good, let's hope it stays that way. I'll go and take my watch.
Alrighty. Roshana, you do find yourself grasping onto the gem of brightness.
Mm-hmm.
The darkness here is not pleasant.
No, it's not. I want to go home.
And even though you're using, your innate ability to see in the dark up to a certain point, it still doesn't feel right.
That one cleric of Shar. I love it here. This is amazing.
Just give me a perception check, please.
Yes. Normal roll or disadvantage?
Disadvantage, please.
Okay. It's at 11.
11. Again, the only thing that seems to come to you, aside from the pounding in your ears, the heightened anxiety, is the snores reverberating off the tunnel walls. Seems like not many creatures or critters have found solace within the coldness of the tunnel here, this far in beneath the mountain.
I wouldn't disagree with them.
Alrighty. And lastly up we have Rook.
I'll gently shake him awake.
No.
It's your turn.
Good. How'd the watches go?
Nothing interesting. Just Vane snoring, but we're used to that already, I guess.
Well, given recent activity, I think no news is good news.
Agreed.
Plus, we've already been as far in as this cave goes, so hopefully we only need to lock the way out.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be anything behind us.
I hope so.
Anyway, good night.
Good night.
Don't let the big birds worry.
Already.
Yeah, I'll prop up, lean both my arms on top of the new shield and keep watch.
Already. And yeah, you sit down, Rook, and it's uncomfortable to say the least, trying to work through the good berries that you've eaten. Please give me a perception check with advantage.
Sure.
Very nice. Keep an eye, a clearer eye, out. And an ear out too. It's a quiet night. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Yeah, I think Rook takes in a nice quiet watch of internal contemplation. There's been a lot of things they've learned about in this particular ruin, and it bears some consideration. He also thinks, I should really give this shield to everyone that's keeping watch. It's not attunement. Really no reason for me to hog it. That was an oversight. That's as far as that thought goes.
But yeah, unless there's something else, you'll come to in the not morning. It's dark. Yep.
All right. Time for everyone to get up.
5 more minutes.
No.
Fine. Wayne clambers out of his bedroll and starts to roll it up. Eyes still closed while he's doing it.
If by some miracle we make it out of here and the giants haven't met at Twilight Star yet, then you can rest there. But we should get out of this cave.
I'm fine. It was just a lot of spellcasting yesterday that I wasn't expecting.
Our eyes are gonna hurt as soon as we get out of here.
I will not necessarily, because we haven't been in dark the whole time. We've been using the gem of brightness, so we should be at least somewhat attuned to light.
Nonetheless, let's go outside.
Well, off we go.
Hopefully the horses have been keeping well.
They had a
How many
bucket
days?
or a barrel. 3, 4, 3. Something like that. I think we're on 4 now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's been 4 days.
I hope the horses are still there.
Yeah, well, yeah. This will be day 4. We've taken 3 rests.
Yes. But off we go. Steph and Tiff await.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
And we'll trudge forward.
Yeah. And we'll say for the sake of brevity, unless there's anything else you guys like to do.
No.
Nope.
We're walking.
Okay. You arrive at back in Vandalston. The
Hooray!
sun is high in the sky. You think it's maybe about noon? You did good time?
Noon?
Yeah.
In the day?
Canoon.
I am going to rush to where we left the horses. I have disappeared from the map. I am there. I can see myself, but I cannot select. There we go. I got myself. Haha! Steph, we're coming. I think I left them over here.
Yeah, you left them nearby a old
With a barrel full of
stables.
stable.
Yeah, you do see where you had tied them up, they're looking rather miffed as you guys approach. The barrel is toppled over, as is the trough that you'd left out for them.
Oh. Rook, you can deal with them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll let them out. I'll go up to them.
Alrighty.
Hey, we're back. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you can wander out there yourselves for a bit, and I'll get you some oats later.
Yeah, you unhook them, and you see they begin trotting around and jumping and leaping up a little bit, trying to move their muscles. As you run past Vane, you do see two hulking figures in the distance.
Oh no.
Roughly
Do I
around...
recognize one of them?
Yeah, you recognize the smaller of the two. And I will take
Smaller.
a 20-minute break here, guys.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, they're
Okay.
going to be really upset that we killed their dad and or husband.
And or.
Mm,
Well, I don't know what.
Ah!
plans do.
uh,
Dirty bastard. Alrighty. So, Vane, having
Yeah.
left the horses, you ran forward and saw in the distance the two hulking figures of Runkle and a much larger figure beside them. Standing roughly about 16, 17 foot, you see a giant woman wearing clothes made of pelt and her shoulders covered in these metal shoulder caps as some form of armor, wielding what looks to be a, well, to your sizes, a giant great axe by her side that she's kind of just dragged along with her.
Mm.
And they appear to be looking over the remains of Moragor, not so blessed of Gorantor.
I'll turn to. She's a good boy. I'll turn to the group and I'll say, they're here.
Suppose we shouldn't keep them waiting.
yeah.
They're currently looking over the remains, so I don't know if maybe they want a minute. I don't know how long they've been there.
Well, there's only one way we'll find out.
Indeed. That's where I am. So much zooms. Where's zoomies? Zoomies. Okay. Okay.
I'm zoomed out. I just see these little tiny dots on my screen.
Yeah.
Sneaking forward. Alrighty. As you approach, you see this large woman. She tentatively touches one of the bones and it just crumbles into dust beneath her hand. You don't hear what they're saying, but their voices do
I can
carry.
read lips.
They're not speaking in a
Ca-
language you understand.
Can't understand giant though, so I'll shut up. But if I could.
They're speaking away to each other. Rumblings reach you before Runkle looks over and raises a hand. He turns back to his mother, says something, and the two just look at you all expectantly.
Hello.
Hello.
Good day.
Might
I mean, not good day, but day.
Might I assume that you are Uncle's mother?
Yeah. You see the woman kind of like shifts on her hip a little bit, looking down at you, kind of leaning on the great axe a little bit. Astros, dear. And Runkle just gives a nod.
Uncle, you can give her our condolences for your father.
He relays this to her. And she just keeps a very, very steady gaze looking at you.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Have you been here long, Runkle?
We arrived just before the sun reached the top. So not
Right.
long, you gather.
Yeah.
We timed that pretty well. Good job, guys.
Time to perfection.
Mm.
Do you two want a moment with the remains?
Runkle conveys this once again to her, and she curls her lip a little bit. Goran Jenna. Srusu. She gestures towards all four of you. Brekton. She says she understands that father needed to be put to rest. But she's curious as to why you're still here.
If it's any consolation, he fought incredibly well. And I pat Rook on the back.
We.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, outside of that, we had business here outside of dealing with your husband and father, which we had to attend to, and also we wanted to give our condolences to you for your loss, and see if there's anything we can do to improve relations between the giants and the surrounding population.
You see Runkle's eyes open a little bit wider at that. He nods and conveys the message. And you see the giant one just waves her hand and goes, "Tuh." Dismissively.
Okay.
Jorajine. Wusumanala. She wishes to know why you requested an audience.
We are to understand that to some degree the giants of this area are divided between those that stay with you and those that have fallen under the sway of your older brother and presumably her son.
Yes, Torfin.
Torfin. The actions he's taken have reach the ear of many of the smaller folk, and if he's to continue, it will not end well for of the hill giants in this area.
While you're saying this, Runkle is, constantly translating to his mother. You see, she just says a bark and a smile.
And I mean no offense by this, but... And I kind of gesture to the remains. The small folk aren't exactly... what's the word?
Powerless.
Powerless. As I say, I mean no offense. I just would rather that you and your family and the giants, generally everyone, could just live relatively peacefully.
Give me a persuasion check, please, Vane.
Persuasion?
Yes. As these words are conveyed to her, you see her smile falters and she stares directly at you, Vane.
Can I do a thing?
Sure.
I rolled my die at the beginning of the day, and
Okay.
it landed on an 8. Can I use my reaction to add a d6 to Lane's roll?
Sure.
Excellent. D6.
Hey, that's better.
She's staring at you, Vane.
Mm-hmm.
The smile has gone. And raises an eyebrow as the message of, look what the small people can do, as you gesture to her husband on the ground. Skeletal husband.
I look at Runkle as like, you better be translating this properly, because I'm not going to get eaten. I did preface it with, I mean no disrespect or whatever.
Yeah. Voorsotana. Rusisi. Korokane. She says that, well, she can appreciate your power in dealing with father. You are still small people, and that does not they do not look on small people with great I don't know what the word is in common.
Well, power aside, ability aside, the reason that we asked your mother to come here is because we wanted to know, once your brother has been dealt with, could we, in confidence, leave her to pick up the pieces? Ideally, we would like her to bring as many of the hill giants to her side and head back to their ancestral home and leave the towns and cities of the small folk alone.
You see his eyes go wide, and he conveys this. And you watch as the woman's nostrils flare and her eyebrows grow furrowed, and she just smacks Runkle across the back of the head, and he falls to the side.
I kind of move a step forward to kind of go over and help him.
She casts her gaze over all of you. Thorfinn. Gora. Mushinana. See. She begins to turn away and stomps off.
You okay, Runkle?
Yes.
Perhaps I wasn't careful enough with my words.
She said that it would be best if you left giant business to giant business. And any opposition against Thorfinn will see the entirety of the hill giants against you. She stands with Thorfinn.
Well, yes, but mayhaps we need to speak with this Thorfinn.
You think speaking is going to be an option?
Well, they were fearful and they were expanding their terrain, their area of influence, because they were fearful of. And I gesture towards the pile of bones again. Perhaps now that he's not a threat to them anymore, perhaps they would be more willing to move to where they came from. And I look at Runkle as if to kind of gauge his reaction, like if he thinks that that might be viable.
See, Runkle kind of rubs at the back of his neck. Unsure.
Where they came from is not here. They had every opportunity to leave their father here and return back to their hills, but they didn't.
Well, yes, but he was the blessed of Goran Tor. They still saw him as, not necessarily their king, but something more, by the sounds of it.
I'll speak up. What does Thorfinn want with the small folk?
He wishes to expand the territory. Daglion looks to be a good place for human meat. We have not left our hills. They are sacred to us. He just wishes to expand.
Well, then
Why?
maybe he needs someone to say that he doesn't. He doesn't have the ability to expand.
Good luck.
You think you have the ability to stifle such ambition, Vane? If so, I'll do whatever I can to give you the opportunity.
It would come down to words, from my perspective, hopefully, as I don't really want to tussle with a giant, let alone many. But I think it would be mutually beneficial. I mean, Runkle here has seen what 4 of us are capable of doing. Imagine an army coming down on the hill giants. I
I'll
fear
just say
that...
mentally to Vane. But there isn't an army of us, Vane.
Well, they don't know that. You know, if an army of adventurers and soldiers came, I fear that the hill giants would pose. I mean, they would certainly fight back, but they would be outnumbered. They would be at the mercy of magics that they are ill suited to. And I would hate to see them wiped out from their ancestral home. I'm sure you can agree.
You'd be surprised the lengths that ambition would take one person.
Perhaps. I can be quite persuasive. Ignore that roll. I don't know. It was just a thought. If they thought that a mere 4 small folk killed their blessed king, what would an army do?
I take it the mother has completely walked off.
She has, yep.
Big lady. With a great axe as well. It's like, Shana? Shana, is that you? Oh.
If Torfin is set on this conflict, and his mother is set to join him, it seems like war is inevitable.
I fear
think
she
so
stands
too.
on. I fear she stands on his side because he is her son. I don't necessarily think from what we've gleaned from our conversations, I don't necessarily think the expansion is entirely his idea. He's certainly an ambitious one. But this council, these elders that Runkle spoke of, I fear they planted the seeds.
Uncle, I thought your mother left the camp with your brother and set up across the road into the western forest.
She left the hills, yes. She was making armor for the patrols.
Did she leave to make armor?
No, she wanted to be
Okay.
near her father.
Okay.
No, now that he's no more, do you feel she may return?
Possibly. I don't know the plans.
Well, I apologize, everyone, for potentially ruining an area of diplomacy. I think I had assumed there was more of a divide in their people than there actually was.
The
No.
It's not your fault. Didn't have all the facts.
Yeah.
the people who did not like Thorfinn, they left
Where did they go?
into the valley.
Which valley?
This valley.
I believe they were eaten.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Awfully convenient, I think. The loyalists gather around Torfin, while the dissenters are set to slaughter.
Sorry, I'm saying this valley as in the entire valley of
Yeah.
the Tarnished Valley, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right.
Would it be, Runkle, do you know if those that follow your brother are of course the ones more heavily armored? Are there any that follow him that aren't heavily armed? I suppose what I'm saying is the hill giants that we've found traveling through here that didn't have armor, could we say with confidence that they were the ones that left your brother?
It is possible. Not everyone has armor yet.
Raya said you have a DM there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna reply to it now.
Cool.
Well, the path
Perhaps
to
we
Burn
could-
DC is open.
Perhaps we should head to vaguely. Sorry, I know you're replying, but vaguely, how long is the travel between here and Daglian?
Roughly 4 days, I believe. I'd
Okay.
need to count
and-
again.
Yes,
Mhm.
it's just vaguely. And what about between Brindisi and the barrier?
Give me a second.
Sorry. For RP purposes, we're all currently stood around a map.
It's 5-6 days before people in Brindisi could reach the barrier.
Okay. Hmm. It's not ideal. I was thinking perhaps we could head to Daglian, see how things are there. Let them know that the barrier might be, the barrier issue might be resolved. By the time we get there, it'll be a day until it's confirmed. Maybe we can glean some more information about the giants from the small folk. And make our plans while we're there.
If nothing else, we've got no reason to hang about here on our own. We should try to group
Indeed.
up.
And judging by these distances on your map here, it looks to be 5 days before the soldiers or reinforcements will be able to even get to the barrier. So, standing around here for 5 days doesn't seem like a great use of time. Runkle, do you happen to know where, outside of just the valley, where any other of these hill giants that don't follow your brother, where they might be? If there's a group of them anywhere?
No.
Very well. And when did you last see your brother?
I'd say about over a dozen suns ago.
Okay. Well, what's the plan? I've said my piece.
I say we go to Daglion.
Second that.
Yes.
Well-
I believe as well. It would do us well to send a message to that. Oh, what was his name? That official from Brindisi.
Mm-hmm.
Notify him that the way is open. I imagine it won't be long before the forces at Daglian are possibly overrun. I'll need reinforcements before long.
Which official?
Ansar Duanar?
I believe. I think so.
Oh, we sent him a message yesterday.
I think it was either Dwaynair or Thicket Wiles.
Vane sent Dwaynair a message yesterday.
Okay.
That's the whole they're sending reinforcements thing.
Yeah. Thicket Wiles was the guy for the giant problem.
Yeah, the one that kind of is an intermediary between Venators and other. Well, he was. He died again. I can't remember. Written down somewhere.
Yeah. And part of that quest is to
Arcane Academy.
go
That was
to-
it. Arcane
to
Academy.
go to
Venators.
Daglion, so we need to go there anyway.
Yep. In regards to our friend Runkle here, we could potentially leave him outside of the city limit, outside of the town limits. Discuss with any officials there. If, well, evidently we know him to be a nice giant.
Couldn't we give him the circlet?
I was thinking about that, but the circlet requires attunement by a humanoid.
Too bad.
I had considered that perhaps the brooch could bypass that, but I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
I think even under normal times, it would be difficult to persuade the people of Daglion, given where they are.
Yes, I believe so too. It was just a thought. I didn't really want to leave Runkle out in the middle of nowhere when he's not necessarily on his brother's side, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. I like nothing more than to be able to take him with us, but I think the town would be a danger.
Yes.
Runkle, would you be amenable to setting up camp somewhere near the town? Obviously, distant enough that you're not in danger. Unless you want to go somewhere else, of course. I'm sure you have other things to attend to.
You see, he has a very concerned look in his face. Eyebrows are furrowed. I don't think it's safe to be near the town for me.
Well, very well. I will be able to contact you should we need to meet up after we get around the town and out. I can send you a message through my mind.
He kind of like scratches the back of his neck again. It really doesn't, like, he's hearing the words, but it's not really sinking in.
I'll point at him and I'm going to cast a message.
Okay.
And just say, it will be something like this.
And he kind of like breaks out of his stupor for a second and goes, oh, okay. And then kind of goes back to looking down at the ground.
So if you're willing to meet up with us again at some point, maybe we can share with you some information that might be helpful for you. Obviously, I don't want to have to injure your family anymore. And if we can avoid that, then we'll do everything we can to.
After a second, he
Yes.
begins to nod.
Well, would you like to stay here with your... Do you need to do anything with your father's remains, or would you like to escort us out of this, these ruins?
I think I will return to the main road.
Okay. Well, we'll just need to go and get our cart and prepare the horses, but we'll be heading that way as soon as we can. So we may see you.
He nods.
Stay safe, Uncle, and thank you for everything.
And I'm sorry if we made things difficult for you. Wasn't our intention.
Hopefully we can meet again under more favorable circumstances.
Yeah, he picks himself up and begins dusting off his legs.
Does he look injured at all from the backhand that he got?
More bruising of his pride than anything else.
Okay. never
Yeah,
mind. Sounds about right.
like when your mom at the market slaps you because you took something off the shelf and put it into the cart.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, I'll sort of give Runkle a nod and say, "Take care."
He kind of like rubs awkwardly at his other elbow and just gives a nod and a kind of like meager wave as he begins to walk the other way.
I fear we'll need to tell the humans and well, the small folk, as they would call it in this area, in Daglian, and the reinforcements coming, that there is a single hill giant, a quite scraggly hill giant, smaller than most, who is a friend.
I would hope they believe us.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sure Steph and Tiff have had their fill of standing still and then running around for a bit. So grundle off and see if we can get the horses in the place with the people.
The place with the people, okay.
I'll go help.
Oh, the cart with the horses and the people with being us.
Yeah. You gather everything around, and the horses are happy to be suited and booted up once more for another trek. Seems like standing around has made them miss the road.
On the road again.
Okay. So it's just a little bit past noon.
So I can do by maybe like 6 hours travel. Now that we're on the horses, because
Yeah.
we're not really walking.
Sure.
I will, as we've been gone for a few days before we get on the cart, I will double check the wheels.
Alrighty, just give me a carpenter's check with wisdom as the attribute, please.
Carpenter's check, wisdom, submit, normal, roll, 18.
Yep,
You
everything looks
love to see it.
nice and sturdy.
Excellent. Looks good. And I'll... who does anyone want to take their... the reins today, or?
I'll take them.
Okie dokie. And Vane's going to hop on the back. Can I ask, I know this is a very random question, the barrel that we so we obviously gave the horses oats to eat over the days we weren't there. The barrel, was there a trough / barrel there
There was
already that we filled? So we have our barrel back,
Yeah,
right?
you do.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna sort of put it next to the empty barrel, and I'm gonna like start practicing how to play a lyre.
Okay,
It's a stringed instrument, isn't it?
it
They're
is.
all basically
Yes.
the same, right? Right? Right?
No.
It's basically like a viol with less wood.
Okay, so give me a survival or land proficiency check, please. With wisdom as the attribute.
Shit.
Survival, you say?
Yes. To shreds, you say.
It's not great, not terrible.
Alrighty. I'll get my notes out. If somebody wants to keep watch, you may give me perception.
Keep watch. Do I still need to roll with disadvantage?
You do not right now, because it's nice and sunny.
Yay. That's an 18.
Ooh, very nice. And if someone could give me a d20, please.
Sure.
And if you could roll me another...
D8. Is it a D8?
Another
That's right.
3 d20s, please.
Oh, damn.
Oh shit.
I don't like that.
Up 60 32 black dragons. Ah.
32 toddlers come wandering out of the woods.
No. Oh, that's dragons.
Fireball.
32
Fireball.
toddlers come wandering. 32 toddlers come walking out of the woods. Runkle is on the other side of the road. Do you go forward and hit all of the toddlers, or do you
Oh my
turn
God.
left and hit Runkle?
Well,
I feel like Runkle would be fine.
I feel like Runkle would be fine too. But toddlers are
But
kind
then,
of
but
little
then
kids.
who's gonna hit the toddlers? You're
Exactly. How
Oh
will they
my
learn to
God.
look before they cross the road?
reminds me of that video of some guy giving his own toddler the the two people on a train track. Which one do you divert the train to? Which the kid puts every person on the same track and then rams the train over them.
Yeah,
Yes.
turns one of the turning switches so that it goes round in a circle and knocks everyone off. I will be back in a second.
Alrighty. Talk amongst yourselves. It's a overcast day as you begin your journey out past the mountains and into the brush and the tree line around you. Okay.
Rook's just going to be examining and going over the different familiar aspects of the astronomancy archive.
Okay.
Taking the first moment in actual daylight to be able to look over it.
Very well. And it is intricately and beautifully made. And it is a lot of fun to just slightly touch one of the dials and the whole thing goes spinning.
Ah, shoot. I wasn't finished with that part.
Alrighty. Your day's travel is mostly uneventful. As you're reaching the tree line out and towards the main road proper, you see a couple of cockatrices skitter out of the way as soon as they see you approaching. And you reach a very familiar crossroads that you guys had traveled once before. the sky soon becomes dark. What would you like to do?
Well, park the cart behind the tree line, out of view. Probably set up a camp.
Just so you know, you're pretty much like by the road.
Unfortunate.
It's no one comes this way. There's a giant that eats everyone. I'm back.
Hello.
I guess just set up tent, feed the horses,
Mm-hmm.
and Vane's gonna continue trying to learn how to play a lyre.
You do that.
Did you figure it out yet?
Getting there.
Oh, neat.
I mean, it's basically the same as a schwarm, except one of them you blow into and the other one you strings.
Okay. You set up camp for the night near the crossroads. Do you set up a fire? Do you set up watches? Or are you just gonna have a sleep?
Vane will take first watch.
I'll
As
take
he
second.
wants to continue with his lyre practice.
Okay.
Hey, Vane.
Yes.
Something worth noting, in case you're interested in it. The living gloves I have.
Mm-hmm.
When you attune to them, you can become good at a whole bunch of different activities, and I'm pretty sure one of them is playing a musical instrument.
Ooh.
I don't know. Well, I have them attuned, but I may not necessarily have a need.
Well,
Did you require attunement?
I would. With the lyre, I would have 3, unless I unattuned from the luck stone.
That does sound like you're on attuning from the guild ring as well.
No. I only have 2 attunements. I used to have 3 when I had a hat.
Oh, I see. So you would be guild ring, living gloves, and lyre.
Yes. And then someone else could take the luck stone, although it was a gift from a wonderful large lady.
I just thought I would put it out there for you.
Well, could I perchance take a look at them to try and figure
Sure.
out what else they do and see if it would be beneficial to but if you're using them, I mean, you know.
I mean, they're melded to my hands, so in that sense, I'm using them. But if you can help me figure out how to get them off, then they're all yours.
It's trying to deglove Rogue.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm
Bad.
sorry.
Bad.
Ugh.
I'm trying to find out where it is. Sorry.
You're looking for the living gloves?
Yeah.
The
I think it was
glove
given
made of
specifically.
chitin and sinew. Well, it wasn't given specifically to me.
No, I know, but I think when
Oh, yeah,
I
in
went
the,
through and moved everything around, I think she gave it specifically to like
Yes.
your thing.
Well, I can
because
pick
we did give it to you.
Yes. Yeah. I'll just send you a screenshot of what it does.
Yeah, that's
That
good.
way, Ryan doesn't have to fuck around.
Yeah, because
with
if I decide not to take them, it would have all been for naught.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be like us to do something that has absolutely no value.
I can't even think of any words to say to that. Oh, so true. Why does every time I open my character sheet, it becomes a tiny little box? Thank you very much.
No
Um,
problemo.
After, do I get them off of Rook? Am I able to?
They don't come off. No.
Mm,
Well, that answers that question, eh?
Hmm. Can I consider for a moment the many ways to end attunement in D&D?
You certainly can,
Right.
but you don't want to.
Oh, I don't want to remove the gloves.
No.
On second thoughts, Vane, they do look good in my hands.
As I said, friend, if you are using them, then they were given to you.
Yeah, I think it's probably one of those things that the moment I give them to you, I would need them for something.
I understand that all too well.
Oh, the brainworms have squirmed in.
Oh.
Yeah, and in this case, in this case,
Yeesh.
in this case, it's the handworms, Kato.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm literally just picturing Rook like stroking his gloved hands, going, "And after all, why shouldn't I?"
Why shouldn't I keep
Rook,
the...
Rook is doing tricks with coins in his hand. He's like,
Oh gosh. Oh man, man, you just don't want to give them up.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. Well, I guess I'll go back to learning Malaya.
Okay.
yeah, sorry for the interruption.
Oh no, that's fine. I appreciate your thought, and as I say, they're yours, so I understand. And then I'll say good night, and I'll do my watch
Okay.
with the shield that I haven't been given.
Oh yeah,
It's too late now. It's too late.
I wasn't
You've
gonna
gone to
say
bed.
anything.
You cursed little boy.
Yeah, I was just mourning my attunement slot.
Never again.
Vane, give me a perception check, please.
Your perception. Oh my god, do I not fall asleep for once? Holy
Don't
shit.
fall asleep. No, it's great. You sit up and
Gosh
you.
darn.
Ding 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 ding.
Why is it always dueling banjos? I like to think as I'm like playing it, obviously I'm not attuned to it, but I'm going to attune to it.
Mhm.
Wait. Does the attunement require you to be,
Proficient.
or can
yes.
you yeah, okay, right. Then maybe I'm just playing it and some earth on the ground just kind of like moves a little bit and I'm like, and I just kind of ignore it after that. I'm like, cool, liar.
As you're strumming away, Vane, you do see a flash of light in the distance coming from this side. The trees. A dot of torchlight.
I will stop playing
Okay.
and I will keep a hawk eye on. I don't know. I guess they've got good vision. I'll keep an eye on the torchlight and see if it changes direction or comes closer.
Okay. You stop playing the lyre and. you
Also, we
watch
didn't light a
as-
fire.
Good to know.
We'll mention. Yeah.
You watch as it continues on its path. Seems to be searching for something, like somewhat in this direction, keeping to the tree line.
Okay.
Coming near you.
Okay, I'll just keep an eye on it for the rest of my watch, and yeah, just make sure that it's not encroaching. This is
Alright.
our turf now. We own Vadelston, bitches.
Okay. Would you like to wake up Roshana next?
Yes, sure. Roshana. Roshana,
Yes, yes.
your
awake.
turn.
Okay, did anything eventful happen?
I point over into the. Is the light still there?
It is not. No.
Okay, I point over in the direction it was. Say there was some torchlight sort of patrolling, almost vaguely looking for something kind of over in that direction, but it seems to have disappeared a little while ago.
Huh. Okay.
Outside of that, no, nothing.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out. Good night.
Thank you. Take care. Do you need anything?
No, I'm fine.
I look up. Is the moon there?
The moon is not. It
No.
It is, Rashana, a new moon.
Oh, just my luck. I want
Uh,
my teddy.
Well, I was hoping that there would be a moon there, but Vane looks up, sees there's nothing, and then just looks down and doesn't say anything, and just kind of goes, "Take it easy, bye." Wake me up if you need anything.
Sure.
Emotional
Actually-
support moon.
I
Oh.
will,
I'll hold my emotional support great axe.
wherever Rashana like sets up like her like little seat or something, Vane will like kind of shuffle his bedroll over and just kind of sleep near her.
Okay. Give me a perception check, please, Rashana.
A disadvantage, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
I mean, that's still good. That's 19.
Damn! That's real good.
What do you mean that's still good? I rolled a 12 and I didn't have disadvantage.
But it's you, Vane.
That's a fair point. Let's not talk about this any further, shall we?
Alrighty. So, Rashana, despite not being able to see the moon, it's still a lot better being out in the clear air and feeling that it is up there somewhere. You just can't see it right now. And the darkness does make it easier to spot any pinpoints of firelight or torchlight. Thankfully, there doesn't seem to be anything. Is there anything you'd like to do in your watch?
Just keep looking at where the moon is supposed to be.
Okay. Angry.
Fuck you, Fane.
He's humming in his sleep. Okay.
Alrighty. Who would you like to wake up next, Rashana?
I'm going to wake up Rook next.
Okay.
Somewhere over the moon.
It's catchy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Roshana does not like this.
Great axing intensifies.
Rook,
Yeah.
it's your turn.
Okay, can you maybe... Your knuckles are turning white. Can you maybe let go of the great axe?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's not a restful thing to wake up to, Roshana.
I'm sorry. It's just dark. You know.
Aren't you like a Twilight cleric? What was that? What was that noise?
the stress.
Good
the-
night.
Wait,
I'm out. Goodbye.
hey, Roshana,
Yes.
are you still feeling like shit since the ruin?
Yes.
Oh. Cast the spell magic.
You'll interrupt your long rest.
No!
that is true. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll do it in the morning.
Stay scared. You're not worth it.
I'll just huddle up next to Fane. At least he cared.
I'm sorry. I thought you had that spell, so I wasn't worried.
I'm still anxious.
All right. Just turn on your nightlight and... Well, actually, don't. Please don't.
I don't know,
Actually, no,
I
don't.
don't
Not
know,
here.
maybe a produced flame would give her some comfort.
Let's send some fireworks up while we're at it. You know,
Mhm.
we have flare. We got a flare gun. I guess a fireball's kind of like a flare.
Oh,
No, don't do a fireball.
All right, you get some sleep.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Vane mentioned some lights further ahead. I haven't seen anything since, but just so you know.
Good to know. Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
Alrighty. So, Ishana hops into the bedroll and kind of like worms her way over beside Vane, and Rook, you set up with the your shield.
Mm-hmm.
Please give me a perception check.
Sure. Whoa. Wait, hold
Oh
on,
my
I
god,
need
is
to
this
check-
actually going to happen?
I need to check something real quick.
It's
It's the number of it's the
Wow.
number of allies I can see. They don't. That's a 12.
Okay.
Never in a million years, Vin.
Fuck you.
You know how many ways
with
I
your
have of stopping
cheeky
this?
rolls. Yeah, I know. I was like, oh my god,
God.
with all the fudging he can do, is this really the first time?
Guidance, cosmic omens, fortune of the many.
Special
Sentinel
shield.
He's he's calling upon the first ones.
He is the all-seer. Oh my god.
You know
God.
too much.
So,
So what does my 12 get me?
a quiet night.
Ooh.
You don't see anything out in the darkness. No points of light or anything like that. Is there anything you'd like to do?
I think I'm keeping, after I'm convinced that Roshana is asleep, I'm keeping the lights fairly low because I don't want anyone to see us.
Mm-hmm.
And as such, I'm not sure there's much I can do practically in the pitch dark. So yeah, he'll just take in silence. Maybe like roll back and just stare up every now and then.
Mm-hmm. Guess the last bit of night before morning comes around. For the sake of brevity, I'm traveling to Daglion because you've all done quite a bit of adventuring and exploring already. We're just going to have the one roll moving forward for encounters during the day, and just 2 to 3 at night for watches.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They not at.
Stinky.
Okay. So morning comes too. Though there isn't as much light in the sky, it is still very overcast and creeping over from the Tarnished Mountains. The condensation that was brewed over in the coast has now crawled over the mountains and is now forming a low mist.
Can you do me a favor?
Yes.
As this is a fantasy game, can you please describe to me in excruciating detail the temperature?
No.
Wet.
Yeah, but wait, like, what, are we talking like tens? What are we talking?
Tens, sure.
Degrees
It's
Celsius?
a cool 30 degrees Celsius.
No, it's 10
Vane
degrees
dies.
Fahrenheit.
The humidity in the air holds you like a wet hug.
Oh,
It's like
moist.
breathing soup. Lovely.
Moist.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I wake up and like see Roshana's like kind of near me, and I'm like, bless her.
First long rest without a watch in a while.
Be happy, Kato.
I will cast a spell magic on Roshana before I wake her up.
Okay.
You dispel all her items.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Shh. But you leave her with the
And then I
anxiety.
flee into the distance with her great axe.
Oh no.
Dude, I would love to see Rook fling into the distance with her great axe. That would be amazing.
Yeah, it's
What's your strength?
it's a bit heavy when you think about it, Rook.
Yeah.
Actually, your
yeah.
strength is probably bigger than mine.
No.
Are you an 8?
No.
Oh dear. Okay, yeah, Vane will like see Rook doing his dispelling magic, and he'll kind of get out of bed, give a thumbs up, and start rolling up his bedroll, and then like unpinning the tent, and
Yep.
tidying
And
up,
you do find you have to like beat your bedroll a little bit just to get off the morning dew and the mist that is sticking to it. The mist.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll come to. Roshana, you feel like you can breathe again. You can see again, properly, for the first time since being in the ruin.
Finally. I can breathe. I take a deep breath.
It's a very wet breath, but yes, you do.
It's fine!
I look up at Roshana and say, "See, night did you well."
Yeah.
Good, good. Glad you're feeling better. And I wink at Rook.
Hmm? What's up?
Nothing.
No, you winked at me.
No, I didn't. You must be seeing things.
Okay. Hey, Roshana, I cast a spell magic on you. Are you feeling better now?
I'm feeling tons better, thank you, Rook.
Good.
Good one, Rook. I wink at him again.
Gaslight, gatekeep, veins are on.
Hey, Roshana.
Yes, Rook.
I have to redouble her. We've kind of forgotten for a bit, but we need to keep an eye on Vane today. His eyes twitching a lot.
I think he's trying to be funny with you.
Just like
Lane
looks
just starts
towards
winking
Vane.
repeatedly at Rook.
Vane, watch out. Maybe I will pop out if you keep doing that.
Who knows?
To be
Perhaps.
funny.
You know, Rook, it's that thing you do without thinking.
What?
What? Vane throws the like tent and his bed
Kato.
on the cart.
Is Kato awake?
Seems like it.
He's been kidnapped. Hey, that's my job.
What if he's not?
I haven't
really?
been informed otherwise.
Okay. Everyone good to go?
Yeah.
Mhm.
We go.
Alrighty. Okay. Who
On
is
the road
driving?
again.
Who is driving? Who is rolling? Who is actually no
I
rolls.
will drive.
You can
I will
drive
look.
and look. Okay.
I will.
Here-
Do I need?
Here,
do I
Roshana,
need
hold
to-
my shield. I need to.
I will
operate.
brood.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna brood.
Ah. Do you
I
want
will stare
my
into the distance, question life.
Do you want my matchless pipe for your brooding, Kato?
No, that won't be necessary.
No, okay.
He broods into existence his own majestic pipe.
Oh my god.
Oh, right there.
Do I need to roll a d20? Did you say?
No, you don't. But
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Roshana can give me perception, and Rook can give me a drivey check, please.
An 11.
11. Lovely.
I believe they call that land vehicles.
14. You gave Roshana your shield, didn't you, Rook?
Yeah, I need both hands for the vehicle.
The vehicle. Okay, Roshana, you can roll with advantage, so roll again, please.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
24.
Yes! Okay.
Hell yeah!
By
I
the
see
light of the
everything.
moon.
Or lack thereof.
She's still up there, okay?
The
I don't
moon
know
still
that.
exists.
She's turning red?
Escape the planet's gravity.
Okay.
Fucking Schrodinger's moon.
Mm.
You guys continue on your journey. The mist slowly turns into a little bit of light rain as you're traveling. Not enough to impede your travel, thankfully. But visibility would be a little bit reduced for Shauna, but you've got the shield, so.
I'm using the shield to keep myself dry.
She's wearing it as a cap. I see everything and I'm dry.
Yep. And it's another quiet day, thankfully. You do see.
During.
Sorry.
Sorry, carry on. I was going to say during the day, can I send a message?
You certainly may.
to send a message.
I want to send a message. Who do you want to send a message to?
I want to send a message to Greta Thunberg.
It's not Greta Thunberg. We're gonna
Granny
get in trouble.
Gretfern. Granny Gretfern.
Okay.
Why?
No.
Whoa, hold up, what?
Do it. Do it. Fuck, I'm gonna do it.
Hey, you guys are all
Okay.
busy. I'm just sat on the back of the thing playing my lyre. You mind your own Dean business.
I'm back here too, thank you.
Yeah, but I don't have to say anything for sending, do I?
Yeah, you do. You have to speak out loud.
I can
Yeah.
whisper.
Hello. Hey, Granny.
Granny. Hey, Granny, you gonna make some cakes? I will say, right.
Throw her up there,
word count.
please.
Oh yes, my apologies.
Bing, bing, please.
Sending.
Thank you.
2 left. Okay, cool. Right. Gret Burn. This is Vane. What have you done to me?
What?
I have been informed I am no longer a tiefling. Please explain.
You've 7 words left.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I've got 3 words left.
I was counting.
I'm using a word counter now.
Okay, fine.
Please explain. I've lost. Well, actually, I'll take the please out because fuck this bitch. Explain. I've lost fire resistances. That's it. Gretfern, this is Vane. What have you done to me? I have been informed I am no longer a tiefling. Explain. I've lost fire resistance. 25 words, 133 characters.
Okay.
Apparently, tiefling is not a word, nor is Gretfern, but, you know. The rest are fine.
You feel this cold sensation crawling up across the back of your neck, Vane, as you hear the words whispered in your ear.
You are my child, of course.
Oh.
Oh no.
Mummy.
I hope to see you again very soon.
Well, that was informative. Thanks. You fucking bastard.
Did that bring you the comfort you had hoped?
Yeah, the icy comfort across the back of my neck that I hoped. Yeah. Okay. Vane. If Kato looks at Vane, he looks kind of like, unless he heard him, I don't know. Vane was speaking quietly. He looks aggravated and is picking at the lyre with purpose.
Okay. Kato, just give me an insight check, please.
That's where I roll high. Okay.
You do hear Vane muttering to himself. And once he stops muttering to himself, he seems to stiffen up. Almost unnaturally.
Vane,
Oh,
everything all right?
I'm not 100% sure. I was hoping to get an answer, but I didn't really get anything.
Hmm. Very well.
Vane nods and goes back to like silently picking at his lyre. You know, like Sherlock when he's thinking and picking at his viol. Kinda like
BBC,
that.
Sherlock.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the new one, not the old one. Although the old one, I guess, did it as well.
Wasn't as pronounced. But yeah.
Hmm.
The dark sky darkens once more. And it is once again time to set up camp.
We did it.
Who would like to take watch?
Should we do the same order? Just keep
Sure.
it standard. Okay.
You can do 2 or 3
Um,
watches, it's up to you.
I mean, less is less chance of everyone fucking up.
Mhm.
So, and by everyone, I mean Vane will do first watch.
Okay.
I will do second.
Ready. Anything you guys would like to do as you're getting ready for bed?
How's the
I would-
moon?
Still new.
There's a very thin whisper.
It's called it's called like a toenail moon. The tiny.
Ah!
Wow.
Full moon, half
Mm.
moon, total eclipse. I
You
love
feel any
Jaffa
better,
cakes.
Roshana?
Of Jaffa cakes.
Sorry, what was that, Kato?
You feel any better?
I'm feeling better ever since this morning, thanks to Rook.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I'll take third watch this time around.
Kiddo.
Rook. Before we
Yeah.
get some rest, these gloves you were speaking of,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, these gloves.
Yep, those ones. What was the what did you say they were called?
Living gloves. I feel like you should know that. You identified them.
Yes, but I've identified a lot in the past sort of week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very well, thank you. Cool. And Vane goes back to pondering. And he's thinking about what Granny Gretthern said.
Alrighty.
But he's not going to mention anything to anyone yet. And yeah, 14 is my perception.
Perception. Lovely. Alrighty. You settle back, Vane, and as night begins to take hold, you feel that the rain is starting to pick up a little bit. It's joining this low-lying mist that hasn't seemed to have dissipated.
I'll try. Our cart has like a cover, kind of like
It does. Yep.
Oregon Trail cover kind of thing. Yeah, I'll sort of sit on the back of the cart. Like, I'll take my shoes off and put them in the back of the cart and just be kind of kicking my feet a little bit, and kind of looking at my nails, and then keeping an eye on the rest of the world as well, just to keep my hair out of the. You know.
The entire world all at once.
In fact, I am the All-Seer.
You look over your nails and they become cold. Colder than the rest of your body. And deeply blackened. Little bit knobbly in places.
I like pick at them.
Yeah, you do brush your hair out of the way and it feels thicker.
Full head of hair. Fabio head whips.
Mm.
I mean, had you stayed out in the rain, you could have given us a herbal essences advert, but
No one can handle that, to be honest.
yeah, it's quite nice. Would you
Cool.
like to wake up Roshana next?
I will wake up Roshana next. I'll sort of hop down. Well, I'll slip my shoes on before I hop down, and then hop down and walk over to Roshana and give her a gentle sort of shake on the shoulder.
Mm.
Roshana,
I'm
It's,
awake. I'm awake.
sure, you'll go. Nothing of import.
Okay, that's
Nothing.
good.
Yeah, you were saying this was Roshana as you get like a face full of water.
Mm.
Oh, it's raining.
You could have told me it was raining. Okay,
Sorry.
it's fine. It's fine. Better than being in that cave.
True. And
You
I'll
have a
kind
good
of,
sleep.
yeah, I will kind of lay on top of my bedroll as opposed to inside of my bedroll, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I don't get the inside wet.
Easy enough to do. Okay, Roshana, looking out into the night sky,
Mm-hmm.
the thin whisper of the moon appearing once more, and the clarity within your head and your lungs as well. Please make me a perception check without disadvantage.
That's a 10.
Lovely. You keep an eye out.
Wait, did Rook take his shield back at the end of the day?
I'm guessing, unless
I mean, I was
I mean, he
thinking
certainly
he
didn't give
would.
it to me.
I haven't said anything of giving it back, but I was thinking he would take it back anyway.
I didn't ask for it.
I still have it.
okay, roll another, please.
I mean, that's a lot better.
Oh my god. Jeez.
Listen, it's better than the 3 I actually rolled. Plus 7.
And, keep an eye out, Roshana, as the rain continues on. And perhaps in a moment of foreboding or tension and thinking of what is to come, perhaps down Daglian and the way in which the party parted with Runkle. The rain almost feels fitting. In the distance, you do see a owl has been caught in the rain and is currently splashing around in the puddle in the muck. Doesn't look too happy.
Oh.
It eventually manages to hop up out of the puddle and then just begins like hopping back towards the tree line. Hopefully to dry its feathers off a little bit. Aside from that, your watch comes to a close, rather uneventful.
Okay. I'll go wake Kato up.
Mm.
Your
Yeah.
turn.
Okay.
Watch out, it's raining. I'll give him the shield.
Okay. Alrighty. Kato, you set yourself up. Cover your head with the shield. Please give me a perception check. With advantage, sorry. Ooh, very nice.
It's not good. I heard her roll something.
I've rolled for each one of you. Did you not hear
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, but I heard it this time.
Oh, for God's sake. You, where are you sitting currently, Kato? In the cart, or you got a tent up?
Probably walking just like a perimeter.
Okay. And the shield is much use to you as you're walking forward. Every now and then you do get a little splash in the face, but it does beat off most of the rain that is coming down. And you walk around. It is a very, very quiet night.
Look up at the moon again.
You see the thin whisper. Little tiny, tiny little crescent. It's just beginning to start a new cycle.
Almost like a metaphor for what I know and what I don't know.
Anything else you'd like to do in your watch, Kato?
Not at the moment.
Alrighty. The sky lightens somewhat, though not to the extent that you would like it to, as the overcast clouds above are blocking up the sunlight. You all come to the next morning.
Is it still raining?
Oh, yes.
Mm.
I kind of ring my bedroll out as I roll it up.
Good morning,
And,
company.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Another day of travel.
Yep.
Anything of note over the night's watch?
Not really. Just
Mhm.
rain.
Yeah.
Seems to have continued into the day.
Evidently.
Well, we should be weary to our north anyway.
Yes. Vane will have a quick whip around the cart, check all the wheels considering it's been raining.
Mhm.
Make sure they're not like too stuck in the mud and stuff like that.
You take a quick look around. It might need a bit of a push just to get going, but other than that, it's not deep. It's just because it's been stood for a little while and the
Yeah.
water is gathered around it.
Yeah, I see what I'm saying. Yeah, I'll just give it. Well, see who gets up on the thing and help with giving it a push.
I'll
Give
give
it
it
a
a push.
We push.
Give it a push.
And a new day starts. Who is driving and who's keeping a lookout?
I'll keep a lookout this time.
Okay,
I can drive.
sure thing. You can give me.
I'll take my my shield back.
Resume the brooding.
Wow.
Right.
Ooh, very nice. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult vein as the water does begin to build up, and you're moving forward. But thankfully, Rook is able to keep a cleaner eye and less water-filled eye out, and point out some of the more less waterlogged patches for you to clamber atop of about the road, so you can continue on your journey.
Excellent.
With that
Uh.
perception, Rook, as well. It's quiet.
too quiet? Or
Very-
appropriately quiet?
Very quiet. This is meant to be the center point of Bedlam. Sure, you would have seen at least one giant by now, right?
Hmm. Why haven't we seen any giants?
You're complaining.
I'm
It is-
concerned.
Yeah, it's odd.
I suppose, considering it's their territory, it is a little bit strange.
We were under the impression that Daglion was being assaulted.
Hmm.
I can't imagine they would have so few on this route, if that were true. So either they've already taken Daglion, or they're pulling back, potentially for a larger push. Either way, we won't know more until we hit Daglion.
That is true.
Yes. Best keep an eye to the north then.
Be on your guard.
Yeah.
We can't rule out the fact that their mother might have alerted them.
Hmm. No, okay. Just carry on going forward then.
Alrighty.
I'm
Keep
being
keeping an eye out.
extra cautious for anything in the road that basically you want to keep an eye out for anything that resembles like an ambush or something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. Sure thing. You keep a keen eye out, Rook. And you feel confident in yourself, even despite the rain. And then again, maybe the rain itself has kept away some of the nastier inhabitants of this area for the time being. But as you approach the end of the day, the sun, the rain, the rain begins to lighten up. The sun's gone. And you approach a crossroads. Or at least you can see it in the distance.
Is there anything at the crossroads?
No.
Just a
We take
crossroad.
the left road.
Okay.
Probably.
Like, it's the end of the day now, so.
Yeah. Is there anywhere vaguely safe to pull up that's not like completely in the open? I know everything's in the open, but
You can give me a survival check if you like.
Are there any tracks or like giant tracks on this crossroad?
Give me a survival check as well, please.
Sure.
20.
20, lovely. 24, goddamn.
All right, mate. No need for that.
As you're looking around, Vane,
Mm-hmm.
there's a couple of trees. Unfortunately, it very much is out in the open, and the hills that reside behind Daglion, or rather the fact that Daglion is nestled up against these hills, are somewhat taking over the landscape. And there are fewer trees about, so you kind of have to take what you can get, but you do find
Can
out
we vaguely
little-
see Daggett?
in the distance, yeah.
Does it look where there lights on? Is there any smoke?
I mean, it's still a good number of miles
Oh,
away.
okay.
It's just, you can see the shape of it in the distance. Like,
What, you can't see 30 miles? I can see 30.
no, but you can see like the hills and like a little watchtower every now and then.
Mhm.
Yep.
That's what, I'll pull it up the best place with that survival check that I can imagine would be the safest, most defensible position, I suppose.
And Rook, with that survival check, you do see a couple of footprints about. Looking maybe about 4 or 5 days old, potentially. They are starting to be washed away by the rain, but given the size of the hill giants, their footprints are a lot deeper than your regular human. But yeah, the rain doesn't help in your determination of how long they've been here. But approximately that.
Heading to Daglion or from?
Oh wait.
Okay. Yeah, I'll settle down with the rest of them then.
Alrighty. Anyone like to take watch?
I can take watch.
Alrighty.
I'll also take watch.
Kato. Faina or Shauna, would you like to take one as well, or
I will
chance it?
take last watch.
or Shauna?
I will go to sleep. However, before that, while we're sort of sat around, probably having a good berry from Rook, I'll say, I sent a message to Gretfern earlier. Well, yesterday.
How many Gretferns do we know?
Just the
Just
one?
one.
Honestly, just the
That's not the
one.
answer I wanted.
Yes. It wasn't for any particular reason. I
Oh,
know
good.
that. Oh yeah, I was just catching up. No, I know that. Well, at least for me, I'm sure there's been other things on your mind, but for me, not being what I once was is playing on my mind quite a substantial amount, and so I sent her a message asking her what she had done to me. All I got back, really, was that I was her child, and that she hopes that we see each other soon. I'm not sure what that means. It didn't answer any of my questions. But just so you all know, I don't want you in danger. Not that I think I'm any danger, but, just to keep you all in the loop. I would have told you sooner, but I've been racking my brain trying to think of what it could mean. But I don't know. And I don't know what these changes are. I don't know. But yes. I just thought you should know. And if any of you have any ideas, I'm all ears.
Well, had you perhaps spoken to us before, speaking to Granny Gretford with your intentions, I probably would have told you that looking for answers with her is not the wisest course of action.
Exactly.
Because everything's going to play out in her advantage. Whatever deal, even if you're just looking for information.
Well, yes, but I didn't really make a deal. I was just pulled out of a cauldron.
Yeah. I suspect Granny Gretford isn't, limited by requiring people's permissions.
Regardless, I was just hoping to find out what these changes meant for me. I apologize for not telling you.
Hags, as far as I recall, enjoy basking in the despair that they bring on people for a multitude of reasons, often twisting people's desires. I don't foresee her getting any satisfaction out of this that doesn't result in your discomfort.
DM.
Must be very satisfied.
Yes, kiddo.
From time in the Venators, would I happen to know anything about hags?
That part of the
It's
valley.
funny when they're backflipped into a fucking cauldron full of crabs. Sorry, I guess that's not from time in Venetus.
You
You'd
can
be
give me
surprised how often it happens.
a history or arcana check.
Okay. We're both the same, so I don't think it matters a whole lot. I ain't no shit.
Let's say
What's a hag?
Hags would be a lot more common south of Hyla. And there are certainly...
Well, that certainly seems to be the case so far.
there are also like less people around Hyla that hags would... they wouldn't find the area is interesting, let's say.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sure an area gets real interesting when you hear one of your coven being backflipped into their own cauldron.
Man, we gotta meet these guys. They sound like fun.
Snippety snip.
Well,
okay.
I'm glad I told you, and as I say, I apologize for keeping it from you. It was just, it's been playing on my mind.
I wonder how our brain on a stick friend is doing.
I do not want to know.
That was a bit of a tangential question.
Just a bit, yeah.
I felt we had reached the end of that conversation.
Okay. Because I wasn't
apologize,
sure if you were like, hey, if we just get Vane possessed, then that's really gonna fuck with the hag's plans.
No, although I
Vane
was
thinks.
earlier thinking how Granny Gretfern might feel about making contact with such an individual.
That would
Wouldn't
be
that
terrible.
be a body? Wouldn't that be a
seems like
body to
bad
take
idea.
over?
I would not like to find that scenario out.
Wait. Hold on. Run that by me one more time, Kato.
Well, he wants a body to control, right?
Uh-huh.
So he would get Granny Gretfern's body. Granny Gretfern would become a staff with a brain on it.
So, okay. So the two options from that interaction is the potentially evil wizard in a staff possesses the body of a hag and then has a little pocket hag.
Also,
Or we
this
give
wizard-
we give a hag access to a pocket wizard from a bygone era of
ancient
unknown
magics.
ancient magic.
Let's not do that.
Either one of those combinations is nightmare fuel for different reasons. We couldn't
It
be
was never a
convinced.
suggestion. It was merely just...
Nightmare fuel.
Insanity?
Look, just because Rashana's feeling better doesn't mean you have to try and give her nightmares.
Please?
I'm sorry, kid, I'm really trying to understand. Were you trying to bring this up as something that we should be cautious about?
No, it was just a thought I had a few days ago.
I think those are called intrusive thoughts.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned that you're reaction isn't quite as visceral as the rest of ours.
Exactly.
I feel it would be better for any of us to get possessed than a demon hag lady who bit me in half. And is the only fight so far we've had to tap out of.
You know, let's let no one get possessed. Okay. I think
I
that's
like
the
that.
better
I
solution
like
here.
that plan. That
That
one's
seems
good.
like a good idea.
Let's keep him in the fanny pack forever.
Well, maybe I could pull him out and ask him what I am. Maybe he'll know.
Well, there's still the topic of what we do with that staff eventually.
I'll just leave it in the pocket dimension. He's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, he spent 3,000 years in a tomb. I'm sure pocket dimension's much comfier.
I do agree, Cato, that we'll need answers in time.
Well, allow me to...
We've got no reason to really think that they would have any ill will against us. But we don't know enough about the conflict of that time to be able to say that within our current era, which of the groups has our best interests at heart.
Well,
because as far as I knew, they blew each other to pieces.
What other books did we take from the ruins? Besides,
this diary, this book with an eye on it, this purple one, this blue one, this leather one, this tanned leather one, and fucking...
Let me see the one with the eye on it.
This one's called the Orsia. Here you go. It's got no writing on the front. Rook, just while Cato peruses, the bags you have, do they act as some sort of a stasis? So everything within them is frozen in time? Or at least to some degree?
No, not at all.
Oh. Well, very well.
The bag of holding has a preserving enchantment to it that stops things from degrading. But it doesn't stop. Like if I put an egg timer in there, I don't think it would stop. Yeah.
Okay. I'm assuming that egg timer's a canon in the universe now, so...
Well, egg timer can be a little hourglass.
I suppose that's true.
You could also get little clockwork egg timers as well. Very cute.
Oh, sweet. We'll have to pick one up on our way back. So... But realistically, if so, this isn't a better question, perhaps. How do you get things out of your bag?
You reach into it with intent, and then you grab the item.
With intent, so you have to reach in knowing what you want, right?
For the most part, yes. It is a finite space. You can also put it inside out, and that throws everything out.
I see. Less ideal. I was just thinking we could keep him in there indefinitely for lack of a better idea. But if turning him inside out, could get him into the wrong hands. But at least we are the only people that know he's in there currently. And I think we should keep it that way, except for our closest and ideally most trusted allies.
Yeah, we need to be careful because that individual houses a tremendous amount of knowledge of an era we don't know very much about at all.
Indeed.
And the number of scholars and arcanists alone that would want to have access to them, even despite the dangers.
Yes. I agree. As I say, I think it's best we keep it to ourselves for probably until we get back
Yeah.
into the city, and even then, I think it would be best only discussed in a very secure area, just because of the potential havoc an entity such as he could.
I'd like to
battling
think
with
that we.
gods.
I'd like to think
is-
that we could confide in Gilmore.
Oh, I agree. I
And-
think the guild heads.
I think the
for the most part.
Coravane might need to get involved.
Oh, speaking of, has there been any change in the diamond?
Pull out the diamond.
Yep, take a look at the diamond. It appears clear.
Nothing yet.
Well, that's good to know. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, I apologize for rambling on. Kato, have you seen anything in the book?
This is the All Seers book, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
purple eye. No, not purple.
Just
sorry.
the eye.
That's the
Yep,
full.
on the front.
Yeah, just the eye.
You flick it
Leather
open,
eye,
and
neurotic.
like all the rest of the books, the pages are empty.
Mm,
Rook, you would know from the Age of Providence that the reason people know so little about it is because the artifacts that were left behind were mostly destroyed, and it does kind of click in your mind. Maybe this was one form of it being destroyed.
One form of destruction.
Yeah.
Like a.
an erasure.
Yeah.
How fun.
Wiping the slate clean, so to speak. It would explain the weirdly sort of, I guess, celestial nature of a book floating in the middle of a beam.
Yes, but perhaps. Well, I mean, it's a long shot considering we're talking about ancient magics here, but perhaps it could have some way of gleaning any vagaries from it. I don't know how thorough this cleansing of knowledge is from this random light beam.
As well, the blood book, I believe, titled "The Machinations of Martyrdom."
Mhm.
Mhm.
Those pages were also blank, right?
Yep. Just
Yeah,
start
until they got
bleeding.
covered in blood.
It's odd though. The pages don't stain with the blood though. It just seems to run off.
Ah,
You
the
said
old
it.
lamination.
This is gonna seem a bit silly. Did you say the blood like flowed from, like, where did it come from?
Like between the pages, so like it seemed like it's to be coming from the spine, almost.
Hmm. Rook.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you could dispel the blood effect of the other book.
If it was a discreetly magical effect, then I imagine Vane's detection or identification would have picked something up.
Yeah, just quick. Going from what I gleaned from the books is there is some sort of magic there, but it's well beyond anything Vane understands.
No, sorry, those are the magic books that you picked up. They actually have
The-
writing in them. But
Yeah, the spell books are beyond you.
Yep.
Yeah, no, but I thought that you said that the
You try
These
to
ones.
identify them.
because I identified these ones as well.
Oh, for these ones though, no magic.
Oh, no magic, just blood. Okay, they're
Um,
not magical in nature, as far as I
Vane,
can tell.
can you cast detect magic?
Hiya! Pew! I cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
Kato, do you want to take the book and open it? This way we can
Sure.
see if the generation of blood is a discreetly magical effect.
Sure. I will take it and open it.
Okay. You do so, and Vane, as you're looking over the book, you do see the vibrant red blood almost seems to glow.
Mm.
So does Kato.
You're both glowing. There's a connection. You're both emitting a magical aura currently, but before it was mundane.
I don't suppose, Kato, you need to make a donation.
I
Well,
pull out my dagger.
It's not the worst idea we've ever had, or I've ever had.
I'll kind of flip the dagger so that the point side's in my hand, and I'll hand it to Kato.
Okay.
Says you dirtying your. This is not the dagger of venom. This is just a dagger plus one.
Okay.
Yeah, I use my
Oh.
action to make the poison, and then I give him the dagger.
Here, Kato.
Use
I
this.
will. I will take off. I'll take the dagger, take off the glove, and just draw
I'll
it
hold
across
his
the palm.
glove.
Ooh, delicious. Okay.
I'm my that magic's like I want to like really zone in on the connection he makes between his hand that's cut
Mhm.
and the book.
Okay. Your hand is now bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
What do?
Just drip it onto the blood pages.
Okay. You drip it onto the page, and the blood begins to soak into the page, into the little drop splatters.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
For fuck's sake, have we graffitied a second ancient book? Oh, fuck it.
Do you want me to attempt to dispel the magical effect?
Sure. Maybe it'll
You
do
do
something.
understand that if I do so and it works, then if there's nothing there. Oh, Rochelle left.
Oh
Just gone
no.
offline.
Oh no! Oh no!
There was no announcement
out.
of thunderstorms, was there?
Oh, she's back.
There we go.
Hello.
How well, I
Welcome
don't
back.
know what Discord did, but Discord just closed itself.
Oh no,
Oh.
sorry.
That is Discord.
Before we try that, Rook, I'll just try to reach out to the book again mentally.
You do so, Kato. Reach out with your mind. Feel the pain and the blood dripping from your hand. And though your eyes are closed, you are looking into the book and you feel the sensation of something staring back.
Bane's
Ooh.
like ready to pull the book out of Kato's hand if he does his like weird seizure thing again.
And you watch as the rest of you watch, when Kato's focusing, as more and more blood begins to pour from the book.
Is the blood just pooling on the ground beneath him?
It's starting to gush now at this point.
Is it all magical, or does it when
I-
it leaves the like dripping from the book when it hits the floor? Is it not magical?
It hits the floor and it's still magical. It's just like you're almost blinded at this point, Vane. It's just entirely red. And the blood begins to spatter all over Kato as well as the book is open.
Hold on. I sense something. Does this
Holding.
presence seem... Oh man, how do I say this? Conscience? Does it does it feel like someone's just there, or does it feel like someone's watching, or like?
Give me an insight check.
Roshana, can you
boy.
detect good and evil?
Let me see.
Okay.
I
okay, That's
can.
good. That's good.
I will.
The sensation is alien to Kato. You swear there's some semblance of sentience there. But perhaps they don't have a way to communicate with you? But this feeling of not being able to see in front of you, but feeling the connection, it is very familiar.
I'm gonna try to speak.
Okay.
Hello.
At this point, the rest of you watch as more and more blood begins to gush. And even though the rain is coming down, the blood is just staining the ground around you, and Kato is drenched head to foot.
A lovely echoed laugh there. I kind of look. I'm squinting because of the amount of blinding light. I kind of turn and look at Roshana and say, "Should I pull it away from him?"
I don't know.
Trying to speak to it.
Kato,
Is
there is... It's almost as if that sentience comes closer just a little bit. Ever so slightly. But it doesn't respond.
Does Roshana pick anything up?
She does not.
Oh no.
That means it's neither good or evil.
Mm.
It's wearing the brooch. It's neutral.
God.
quick, Vane, spend a minute to identify the blood.
A minute? I can do it instantly. I'll cast Identify on the... Wait, is the whole book glowing or is it just the blood?
The blood, and now Kato.
Okay, can I like put my hand in the blood and cast Identify?
Still takes a minute to cast.
Yeah, but 10 minutes. He's fine. He's chilling.
Okay. You stick
He's
your
already covered in blood. I mean, you know.
You stick your hand in the blood vein, and immediately your skin begins to crawl. It feels like 1,000 needles are sticking into your hand.
I grip my teeth and like push through, or do I need to make a roll?
Give me a wisdom save.
I'm a wise man.
Oh shit.
I'm a
Ooh.
wise man.
The pain is
Look
too
how
much.
wise I am, guys. The what?
The pain is too much.
What? I pull my hand out. I'm just like, and I'm like holding it with my other hand. It
Kato,
hurts.
you feel the book almost begin to unravel in front of you. Blood, and more blood just pours out onto the ground. Vane, you find yourselves having to like kick backwards to get away from it.
Yeah, and still kind of like gripping my hand and like kind of push myself away.
And
Should we?
you look up, Vane, you see Kato is still stood there, eyes closed, completely drenched in the stuff.
He must be in pain. Like I couldn't keep my hand in there for long. It's like 1,000 needles.
I still hear them, right?
You still hear them. And as the book begins to just disintegrate from the blood and the water, that essence that you feel is going, Kato.
I'll pull back and close.
Okay. You see a couple of pages are falling out a little bit, and the blood slowly begins to stop bleeding from the book.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
You're almost as red as Rook.
Hmm?
He's almost as red as you.
I'd
Just
say
did
he's
wipe
redder.
just wipe the eyes.
Did it hurt? I put my hand in it for like a second, and it was agony.
No, there was nothing. There was something inside. Something that was getting closer, but it seemed like the closer it got, the more the book was destroying itself.
And I pull the I don't know if Kay is still holding it, kind of just closed, but similar to how he was. And I just pull the book out of his grasp.
Kato, chill out.
Sure.
We need to be careful. I mean, given the other items we found in that tomb, I mean, you were a brain on a stick for a short time. Evidently, this one has some sort of strange magical connection to you, even though it is a mundane object without your touch. Perhaps you should stay away from it for the time being. I look at the drenched blood ground.
The library that we found did not look like a library that had been sitting desolate for 3,000 years. There were books raised up from the ground, floating in pillars of light, seemingly had their contents removed, wiped clean. If we are to assume that that ruin did not travel through the last 3,000 years in a way that we would expect, and landed here somewhere recently, then that means the destruction of all that information was also somewhat recent.
Yes.
Something in that book connects with Cato. Something that turns that book from being a mundane object with no information to being something with a connection.
My fear is it's not just the book, even the staff
Well,
addressed him as if he was something else.
Well, my point is, what if Cato touching the book is drawing out information that should have been destroyed? So when it comes to the surface, it breaks.
A bleeding of knowledge. Poetic.
it was certainly something familiar.
I'll hand the book back to Rook and say, well, at least you're
Do you
okay
have-
and it didn't hurt
Do
you.
you have your little prestidigitation thing?
I've never had that spell.
Wild.
Session 40, guys. Session 40.
In the entire history of this game, I've never had that spell.
A bard without prestidigitation. A druid without druidcraft.
No, a bard called Vane without prestidigitation. Thank you very much. And yet he's still immaculate every day.
That's why I thought you had it.
That's
No,
a
no,
word
no,
for
no.
it.
That's just effort.
No. That's not usually your MO.
Well, there are some things worth the effort, as you can see.
Well, I guess I'm gonna put this bloody book in my bag then.
I mean, just wave it a bit.
I do so.
You wave the book?
Yeah, I shake some of the blood
Yeah.
off it.
It goes flying.
This is why we shouldn't let Kato touch things. He gets them dirty.
True. True.
Or he gets shot backwards across a room.
Mm-hmm.
Which I wasn't witness to, but I heard stories. I was
To be
trying
fair,
mumble
though,
about
you're the
it
one
unless
who picked up the staff first, Vane.
Yeah. And? Nothing bad's ever happened from a brain on a stick.
Brain on a stick.
Oh my god.
2 Vane.
Wow.
It's
It's,
stick.
basic,
The
it's
absolute
basically like a really,
Brain on a
really
stick.
weird corn dog.
No. No.
the double
Banned.
standards that is occurring right now is amazing.
Brain on a stick.
Brain on a stick.
Brain on a stick.
I guess it's worth mentioning also, DM.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Never mind. Things have been said. I was gonna say this
Oh,
would be on.
wow.
I was gonna say this would be on the during travel, but it's already bled across the ground, so
Yeah,
We've
no.
certainly-
probably still in camp.
You guys
Dude,
haven't
we've
even
left
had your watches yet.
We've left a trail of blood in our wake the entire fucking length of the entire length of the Tarnished Mountains. I don't think we were worrying about it now.
We're covering our tracks. Don't worry.
It's a new age
They'll
propulsion.
never
method.
find our cart now.
Just follow the blood drenched fucking cart tracks. I'm sure this is them.
To be fair, any critters that come over because of the smell of blood, they're gonna get a very nasty surprise.
Why are you covered in blood? Well, you see, we got this book, right? Watch, Kato, open it.
I just kind of. There isn't even wiping this off. This is just how it is until I properly bathe at the next point of civilization.
I mean, it's raining. Stand in it for a bit. Hope for the best. It's certainly worse than when you were digging around in giant guts. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, at least you got an alibi. You know, when you turn up a Dakian and go, "Why are you covered in blood? I killed a hill giant." Duh.
We killed a bunch of hill giants and harvested their organs.
Delicious.
Yeah. Only he harvested them, though. We watched.
Mhm.
What about that guy? Points at Rook.
Oh
Oh,
my
he's just
God.
like that.
Alrighty,
Don't
so
take much.
after your conversation about calling Granny Gretfern, and then the book, and then giving out to Kato for doing something.
At least they tried a
When-
thing. You know what? Let it not be said that
You
we
didn't
didn't
try.
try. Yeah.
Kato did, Vane did the same thing. Ugh.
Sorry, please continue.
Okay. You settled down for camp after all this nonsense.
We
Rook,
moved 50 feet away.
another 50 feet. Okay. Rook, please give me a perception check as you're first on for the watch. 17. Very nice. It is very quiet.
Too quiet?
Yeah. Very quiet
No.
indeed.
Oh, man.
Anything you'd like to do?
Just look over the group, contemplate the actions everyone's taken, and then just be like, yeah, I think Roshan is my favorite too.
Whoa, man, we've been together the longest. How could you?
Her actions don't upset me.
It's okay. I know I'm not winning any awards.
Yet.
What
Ain't you
what
hyped?
is that quote?
What quote?
I can't tell if you're acting strange because you've been replaced, or because this party's full of weirdos.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely for the weirdo.
True.
I will silently finish my watch.
Vane feels the judging the judging views of Rook, and stirs in his sleep.
Okay. Rook, would you like to wake up Kato?
Yes.
Go for it.
Kato, wake up.
Yep, I'm up.
Never
I think
change.
some of the blood has dried a bit, so you might want to like shake off.
Crispy.
Well, I imagine the rain had got most of it. At least
Oh,
what's
no.
on my skin.
I think you need like a full bath to even get close.
Looks like Vane's speaking in his sleep again.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Well, good night.
Yeah, nothing to report. Quiet night. Very quiet. Too quiet. Good night.
Don't worry, I'll keep my eyes peeled.
Okay. Kato, please give me a perception check.
Yeah, we'll do that as I'm in contemplation.
Too quiet. Very quiet. Quiet night. The rain
Any
stopped.
stars out?
There are a couple of stars out. Between the dredges of grey clouds and whatnot.
Any constellations I recognize?
Give me with that perception check. Not exactly my
Damn.
food.
Fair.
You do look down, you kind of like jostle a little bit. The dried blood does get a little bit uncomfortable at time. You pull off your glove and your hand is stained red. The one you had cut open.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of rub at it. You rub at it again. And get your other hand and start scratching at it a little bit, and it's not coming off.
Not coming off. Even with like the rain and the. Is it still raining?
It's not raining anymore. No.
Okay.
Like even with a quick splash of water from a water skin, it's not. No.
Yeah.
It's like bright red, and it's not budging.
Is it like a scar or like an internal bleed or
It's red.
it's red?
Your hand is red.
Wait, my whole palm or like?
Pretty much, yeah. It's not like well defined around the edges. It kind of looks like, you know,
Mhm.
the blood dried in, and now it's kind of like rub it against your leg. It's not coming off.
Huh.
Like the skin itself is stained.
Interesting. I wonder if I. No, I probably need much more than that.
Anything else you'd like to do in your watch, Kato?
Just wondering about the brain on a stick.
Brain on a stick. Righty. In which case then, you feel like the night grows on. Would you like to wake up Roshana?
Yeah. Tap, tap, tap.
Yeah. Oh, my turn. Okay.
It's your watch.
Yeah, thanks. Anything of note happening?
Well, it's quiet. I can't see any stars, and my hand is permanently stained.
Okay. Maybe some soap?
No, I've tried rubbing it off and scratching it. It is not coming off.
So that sucks.
It makes me think, truthfully. But nothing to do about it now.
Yep.
Anyway, good night.
Yep. Have a good sleep. I'll go take my watch.
Alrighty, please give me a perception check.
Boop. That's an 18.
Oh, very nice. Yeah. Like Kato reported and Rook had reported to him. Very quiet. Quiet night. Too quiet.
I don't like too quiet.
And you feel a stiff breeze passes by. And with everyone a little bit damp from the rain, it does chill you a little bit. But aside from that, nothing happens. And between the grey clouds, it's still unfortunately very overcast.
Edge.
Some light does filter down to alert you to the morning.
I'll wake everyone up.
Morning.
Morning. Oh,
Oh, it's not raining. Okay. Bane will get up and roll his thing again and put it in a bag. Unpin the tent and throw it in the back of the thing. And the usual.
Yep, and get the
Oh,
suit back,
God,
and brush
mate.
your teeth, and brush your hair, and put your school uniform on, and you can go out the door.
Yeah, make sure that
Wash
my
the
hair's
blood out
done.
of your hands. Get dust.
Yeah. 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 I'll dip my hands in a puddle and rub them off.
Mhm.
And clear the blood off my hands. And...
Yep.
Easy as that. See? Bit of water, you're fine. And yeah, I'll hop on the front of the carriage.
Alrighty. So, do you want to drive in?
I think did I drive yesterday? I'm just jumping on the front of the garage. And, I mean,
okay.
I can. Yeah.
It doesn't really matter who drives.
Yeah,
You
it
can
doesn't.
drive.
It really doesn't. Whoever lands there first.
Who's in the dicky box?
oh god,
Who's
that's
on the
what's
dicky
called.
box?
Oh no.
Oh God.
Maybe I'm not really feeling it today. Perhaps someone else should drive.
Okay. Who's keeping watch?
I will keep watch.
Okay.
Ooh, 23.
God damn. God damn.
That's
Okay.
good. We can see everything, but we can't
Yeah.
move anywhere.
I mean, yeah.
Incoming! Yeah. You guys drive onward. And as per the map, we're driving out of Hill Giant territory. Oh
Oh my gosh.
my god.
Yeah. Well, that idea of that being the Hill Giant territory is not exactly modern information. It's not the newest of intel.
So yeah. The road ahead is quite soggy. And, yeah, it's a bit of a trudge. You don't get as far as you would have liked today, but you do think on the morrow you should be able to reach Daglian within a few hours or so.
Right.
Before noon.
Is this day 4 then?
Yes, this is day 4.
Okay, cool. So, realistically, it was 1 day for us to get from Radisson to there. Then we also, I sent the message, and then we walked through the cavern, right? Sorry, we walked through the tunnel. So it's been 5 days
Since
I sent a message to what's his job's name.
oh, Vancia, yeah.
So, because it was through the tunnel and then 4 days outside.
Yeah, I
So-
see what you mean now. Yeah.
Fingers crossed at some point we hear from him. If not, maybe everyone's dead. Maybe we are like the only people left alive.
Well, I'm sure you'll find out soon.
Yep.
The day does come to a close, though. Would you guys like to give me one more set of watches before?
I'll do
Right.
fast watch.
Okay.
I like looking at. And yeah, Vane's gonna be trying to pick the lyre again, just, like during his watch, see if anything, he can tune it at least.
Okay. Give me a. Is that your perception check there? 14?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another
worries me.
quiet night, Vane.
Aside from it says
Mm.
ding, 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 ding.
Ding, ding, ding,
I'm-
ding,
I'm
ding,
a-
ding,
actu-
twang.
I'm actually
Okay.
playing a song I know very well because I wrote it. I'm playing the accompaniment to the lyrics of the Shabafay Family Butchers and Delicatessen.
And the rest
'Cause
of you
it's-
are enjoying the performance that Vane is giving you, whether you like it or not.
And you're gonna learn it one night. And we're going to give me his gloves anytime soon. What gloves? These gloves?
They're his gloves. Stop it.
Yeah, I know.
Get some help.
Thane is not needy on the gloves. He's just aware that they exist. But yeah, so if my watch goes cleanly without incident, I will wake up whoever wants to do second watch.
Okay. I suppose it's up to you now. Who do you want to wake up?
Yeah, nobody's raising their hand at the
Ignoring now.
Well, I
I'll
assume
do
we
it.
talked about it before we went to sleep.
Okay, Kato.
I wake up Kato. I go nudge him on the shoulder. Kato.
Hmm.
Come on, up.
Mm-hmm.
I hold, like, as he gets up, I kind of put his hand to my face and kind of look at his hand.
It's gloved, but yeah.
Well, he sleeps in gloved hands? What a fucking psychopath.
You sleep with a liar right beside you.
Well, that's normal. Everyone does that, right?
We all sleep with
Uh-huh,
a liar
sure.
right beside us.
Oh,
Oh.
Sometimes we sleep with an instrument too.
oh, oh. What the fuck are we doing?
Sassy.
Sometimes it's tough to know if we actually like each other.
Okay, I'll pull his glove off and kind of look at his hand. And
I'm already awake.
with-
What are you doing?
No, who's
I
the
know you're awake. You're
psychopath?
standing in front of me. I'm just checking. With my vast knowledge of beauty, makeup, and just being generally a handsome dude, can
Mhm.
I tell whether the
Wow.
pigment of his skin has like legitimately changed, or whether it is superficial and it's just kind of like, you know, that cigarette like yellow you get on the
Oh.
fingers.
Oh, tar staining?
Yucky, but
Yeah, like a tie stain. Yeah. Like, is it something that will go with time, or is that like baked in?
Give me a investigation, please.
Intimidation, you say?
Investigation, you tit.
Intimidation, you say?
To shreds, I say.
To shreds. I know nothing. I put his glove. I give him
And
the
his
spell
hand
back.
is
What
as
about
red as
his
that
wife?
natural one.
You could be. I mean, if you just do the full. I mean, we have the book. You could just do the full body and hope that it just aches. You could be red man.
Seems like a poor idea. It would probably not bring me any closer to whatever's actually inside of it.
You never know. Maybe you need to soak yourself in the blood of books to understand the vision of whatever it is that you're looking for. Well, we'll get there, my friend. We'll get there.
I'm
A
not
pat him on
entirely keen on being drenched head to toe anytime soon again.
Well, yes. I mean, if I had to guess, I would assume that it might just have gone into your skin a little bit and it will just take a few days to come out, but we'll get you some soap when we get to Daglian.
I'm sure it's well, at least I believe it's of no real consequence.
Well, yes, but you don't want to be caught red-handed.
Gives you a blank stare.
Smiles painfully. I'll leave you to it. It's been a quiet night, nothing of great interest, to be honest.
Noted.
It feels like we should have seen someone now that we're out of the Hill Giant territory. A patrol or something. It's almost silent.
Well, we won't know until we get there, will we?
I suppose not. Well, good watch to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go and nuzzle into my bed.
Alrighty. Kato, please give me a perception check.
Ah, there we go.
You will come
Maybe we had
to
a shield.
next morning.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
come on. Don't give this disappointed sigh.
It wasn't me this time! Hurrah!
I think the only person who hasn't fallen asleep on watch now is Rashana.
Yes.
Yeah, Rook's done it once.
I think this is Kato's second time.
Kate is second time. Vane's every time. That's
Basically.
why he can. That's why, given the chance, he will not take watch. Except tonight, where he did an astoundingly good job.
Perfect.
Good job, Vane. Proud of you, bro.
What the fuck is going on? It is that time of night. Okay. You'll come to the next morning.
Is it as early as one would expect it to be?
Maybe a bit later.
Strange that. I kind of crawl out of bed, look around, look for Rook, see if he's got a star, like a quarterstaff. Look for Kato, look for Rashana.
You're by yourself, Vane.
Hello?
Your friends are gone.
Oh no. Not again. Can't tell if you're serious. You're serious.
You look over in the tent and Rashana's sleeping right there.
Swear to fucking Christ. About to get fucking married to some fucking hill giant woman.
Oh my
Ah.
god!
He killed
What?
King. They kill old King. We king them. Death by snoo snoo.
Hmm.
um. I'll wake. I mean, I don't know if I'm the first one to wake up, but I'm just staring around trying to figure out who fell asleep so that I can be like, it wasn't me.
Well, everyone else is asleep. We'll say that you're awake because you roleplayed it. Go on.
I will trundle over to Rook and give him a nudge. Wake up. Rook. Rook.
Still here?
Get up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I borrow your staff?
Yeah. Yeah. Here.
Thank you. And I'll wander over to Kato, who I assume is asleep on his feet. This way.
No, he sat down for his watch. He's
And
not a
I will give
horse.
him a very, very,
You
very
sure?
light. Kato, are you a horse? I will give him a very, very, very light bonk on the head.
Okay.
And then I'll run away, throw the staff back at Rook, and dive into the tent.
God. Kato, I don't know if you're here or not, but you're muted.
He's crunching.
Yes.
The munch. You received the bonk.
Hmm.
You watch just as Vane is running away, throws the staff back at Rook's feet, and dives into his own tent.
And then kind of like peels the tent, like the tent door flap thing, and just sort of has one eye looking out like he'll never know. He mutters to himself out loud.
God's sake.
Get up. Wake up the others.
Yeah.
See, now he can pretend like he did do his watch. Vane's actually a really nice guy.
Can I have my staff back?
It's just the
It's
thumb.
Vane threw it at your feet.
I
I
get up.
didn't do anything such as that. I have been sleeping here in my tent this whole morning. Good morrow to thee, friends.
Rook, did he ask for your staff?
Yeah.
Imagine that.
I think it was you. You've been strange ever since that book. Were you trying to pretend to be me to ask for Rook's staff to hit yourself in the head? We should keep an eye on him, gang. As Vane rolls up his bedroll and starts unpacking
Yeah.
his tent.
Yeah. All right. I'll get the horses ready.
Alrighty. And just as you're about to set off and finally reach Daglian. We call it here this week, guys.
Oh boy.
We did
That
it.
was a weird one.
We learned nothing of use.
It's the mix of the heat and just being absolutely baked for this entire fucking week. My brain is just like, fuck it, fuck around. Leave the finding out till next week.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh no.
no.